Wait, did I do that properly? I think we did. Yeah, we're back online. Alright guys, let's learn about the Switch 2. I guess we should do the first thing is to check out the Nintendo Switch 2 trailer. And then let's learn about the specific details about it. There's a trailer breakdown from IGN. Yeah, Ludwig doesn't like it. You know what? Most people that I've seen talk about this, they have not been fans. And I get that. How can you be a fan? It's not that much. It's really hard to be a fan of Switch hardware in 2025 because there's just so much competition nowadays. All right. Let's watch it. Let's watch the official console reveal, and then let's watch IGN break it down. Let's see if we are missing anything. Can you believe how old the Switch looks now? How fat those bezels are? And I think I had a screen protector too on that one. So they changed the rail system to that new system there, and there are now 2 USB-C ports, which is a pretty big deal. I like how they kept the audio jack! Oh yeah, and the new stand, way better, way thicker. Instead of that tiny-ass one we got on the original Switch. It's now bigger because the screen's bigger. So the Joy-Cons are now bigger. Though I can't say I'm the biggest fan of the new Joy-Cons. Yeah, so they have a new plug and pull system instead of the rail system. I really like the all-black design, but why do we have to accent the colors? I wish we could get an all-black one. I wonder how it'll snap on and off, because the Switch rail system was really satisfying to use. Alright, that's a quick look at the Switch 2. Oh yeah, they add a bit more to it. It's not overly exciting in my eyes. It looks like the Switch, it feels like the Switch. They didn't make too many changes. Bigger screen, another USB port, new Joy-Cons, hopefully no more Joy-Con drift. Now predominantly black, releasing in 2025. Still using Switch cartridges so you can still use and play the same games, which is a first for Nintendo because they keep making you rebuy all the games all the friggin' time. Wait, it's in April? It's seriously coming out in April? I didn't know that.
It's finally here. After months of speculation and rumor, Nintendo's new console has been announced, and it's called the Nintendo Switch 2. It's an understated name to match an understated console. On first inspection, it barely looks any different to a regular Switch.
Yeah, literally
but
does
take
not.
a closer look, and there's plenty of fascinating details that suggest how Nintendo has evolved its beloved hybrid console.
I'm not so
30 of
sure
them,
about that.
in
That's a bit
fact,
much.
And we're here to show you them all. From a brand new face button to whole new ways of using the Joy-Con, here's everything revealed in the Nintendo Switch 2 reveal trailer.
Oh yeah, you can
The
now use
Switch
it as a
2's
mouse.
form factor
but
is
why?
much the same as its predecessor.
Oh my gosh, those bezels are so fat! How do we accept this? I used to think the Switch was such a sexy console back in 2017. Oh my god. Those bezels are so fat. They're like 1 friggin' inch. And before someone says, oh man, that was just 7 years ago. Everything was fat back then. No, that's not true. There were some really hot smartphones back then. Anyways, I'm sorry. I can't believe how fat those bezels are.
Just a little bigger. The main unit of the console has grown in size.
The bezels are still kind of fat, though. You gotta give it that. And the screen used to be plastic. I hope it's glass now. But yeah, they made it plastic, so it's more shatter resistant.
And the Joy-Con are taller too. We estimate the entire console is around 15% bigger than the original Switch.
Not such a big deal. Original Switch was around 7 inches. and with the bezels, so this is probably like 9 inches. It's not that much bigger.
Gone are the brightly colored Joy-Con of the last generation. Nintendo has opted for a uniform gray across the entire console.
That's gray? That's black, my G.
Which gives the entire device something of a sleeker, Steam Deck-like appearance.
Yeah, I actually... Should they make it black or gray? I don't know, man. Everything's in black and gray nowadays. My favorite consoles of all time have always been white. Because of white supremacy. No, I'm kidding. I'm not white, so I can make that joke. Or I'll see you on Twitter, I guess. My favorite console of all time is still the Nintendo's Wii U, and in white. It's so hot. And my second most favorite console, I think, was a PS Vita in white.
That's not to say the console is devoid of color entirely. It pays homage back to the original Switch's bright red and blue controllers with a ring of color around each analog stick. This extends to the inner edges of both the console unit
I'm not so sure about this. Like, it's barely any color. It just makes it look non-uniform.
and each Joy-Con, which not only looks slick, but acts as a color coding system. Red slots into red, and blue slots into blue. Talking of slots, the Joy-Con no longer slide into place on rails. Instead, they now directly slot into the device.
I don't like this system. I have the Lenovo Legion Go, which is this system. It's not a rail. You snap it in, you press a button, and you snap it out. I hate it. And because I hate it, I never take the controllers off of it. So I only keep it in its full form instead of its tablet mode. I don't like this. The rail system, I thought, was super slick, super clean. And the only reason you remove the rail system is to save space. But they're not saving space here. That doesn't look like they're saving any space at all. The rail system is really, really nice because it's more durable too, and it's more simplistic, and it has that very nice snap at the end. For some people, it does not like line up perfectly, so I get from that perspective. But this lines up better, and it would be more firm in once it's all like connected together. But taking it out is kind of annoying.
With a protruding connector on the main unit plugging into a slot on the inner edge of the Joy-Con.
So Dingy, yours
While
jiggled, right?
unconfirmed
So
by
a
this
lot will
trailer,
jiggle. That's why
rumors
they
have
changed
suggested that each Joy-Con is held in place using magnets, similar to Apple's MagSafe laptop charging cables. The rear of each Joy-Con features a newly designed trigger system that releases the controller from the main unit, as you can briefly see in the demonstration.
So that's the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of this. The rail system, I mean, yeah, you still have to press a button, but like this, you have to really press it down. I guess that makes it more secure. I don't know.
Video published on Nintendo.com, squeezing the trigger causes a piston-like component inside the Joy-Con to push the controller away from the console. On the front of the Joy-Cons, we can see that the classic controller layout has been preserved. The analog sticks remain offset.
Oh, god damn. I forgot to mention this. I really hate the D-pad. The D-pad is worthless for anything that you truly would need a good D-pad on. Like fighting games, that's worthless. There's no pivot. Even if you're playing like Mario or something, it wouldn't be very fun to play on the D-pad because there's no pivot. I know they got to do it this way to make it more uniform, right? So both sides match each other, but man, I hate it.
The left stick sat above the 4 direction buttons, and the right stick below the A, B, X, and Y face buttons. Towards the tops of the controller are the plus and minus buttons, and at the bottom is the square capture button on the left and circle home button on the right. Below the home button is a new, unlabeled button. What it does is currently a mystery to anyone but Nintendo.
Unlabeled button? What does that mean? Oh, sorry, I just realized I'm really in the screen. And there you go.
The L and R shoulder buttons are exactly where you expect them to be, and sitting beneath them are the ZL and ZR triggers. These appear to be deeper and more rounded than those on the Switch, and so will hopefully be more comfortable to use and easier to operate.
Okay, you're right. Like the real fighting game players, they'll just get like their own personal hardware, so like a fighting stick. But you should still have a good D-pad. And in my honest opinion, a D-pad with 0 pivot is the worst kind of D-pad. I would even take those circular D-pads that you can find on the Xbox controllers. I don't even like those ones, but those ones are still better than this.
The analog sticks still use a low-profile design, but their faces have a notably smaller inside ring radius and thicker, taller ring.
Oh, I did not notice this, guys. They've changed up the Switch sticks. They're now, they look like they're slightly bigger, which should be the case. Switch sticks are highly uncomfortable, and the ring is bigger too. So it should be a better control overall.
Rims. This likely is to provide better thumb grip and support. There's no sign of the NFC Amiibo interface on the right-hand Joy-Con.
Oh no, are Amiibos dead? But people spent so much money for them. Amiibos have been around since what, the 3DS? The Wii U?
But that's not to say it won't be there. After all, the feature was invisible on the original Switch. What does seem to be missing though, is the IR sensor that was on the bottom edge of the original right Joy-Con. Considering barely any Switch games used it, it's perhaps unsurprising to see it cut from the Switch 2.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, IR is like a dying technology. That's what like old school remotes used. So I guess they could just fully rely on Bluetooth. You know, we gotta talk about this. I think Nintendo is not nearly as original as they used to be. Like all this new hardware and stuff is really cool, but they're gonna do nothing with it. Last generation, I think the most unique game they made was ARMS, and that was it. Every other game basically didn't take advantage of all the Switch hardware they had.
2. Once again, the internal edges of each Joy-Con controller have SL and SR buttons, indicating that the Switch 2 will still allow players to use each individual Joy-Con as its own controller. The big improvement here, though, is that the SL and SR buttons are significantly larger, potentially up to 4 times the length of those on the original.
I gotta ask you guys, have you ever played with Joy-Cons separated? I did so, the last time I did so, I think was in 2018. Which you can figure out was forever ago. And that was for like on-the-go Mario Kart. And that was it. I only ever did it one time. I've never, ever done this stuff. I know for the kids, well, that makes me sound so old. I know for kids this matters, but for like most people, you would never do this anyways.
Switch, they will almost certainly be easier to use.
Pokemon Legends Arceus? Okay.
The strip of 4 green LEDs that indicate which player each Joy-Con is assigned to has returned, although this time it's on the forward-facing edge of the connector strip, rather than the inward-facing one. Between the SL and SR buttons is the connector port that links each Joy-Con to the main console unit, but also another couple of interesting components. Mirroring the original Switch, we can see the sync button, which will pair a Joy-Con with the console. It's the component above the connector that proves most intriguing though.
That's just magnets, isn't it?
This small, clear lens could well be a laser sensor similar to
a laser sensor? Oh my gosh. Holy. But why?
What's inside a computer mouse? If so, it would mean the Joy-Con can be used like a mouse.
Oh! Oh! Okay, sorry, I even mentioned this. Okay. The Lenovo Legion Go has a function like this where you can take one of the controllers off and use it as a mouse. It's supposed to be its FPS mode. I've never even used it. It is an interesting idea, but I don't know if anyone's going to do this.
The trailer even suggests this, when the Joy-Con skates around with their wrist wrap accessories attached.
I want to see a game take advantage of this. They literally
look like scurrying mice with tails. Talking of the wrist straps, they're back in a newly designed form, with red and blue colors to match the internal color splash on each Joy-Con.
No, hold on. If we really wanted a mouse for the Switch 2, why don't we just sync a normal mouse to it? Like a lot of mouses nowadays have Bluetooth functionality. So why don't you just sync your mouse to the Switch 2? Why do you want to do this Joy-Con thing? This is not as comfortable as a real mouse.
Moving on to the main console unit itself, the key improvement is a bigger screen. It's not quite the near edge-to-edge panel that the Switch OLED.
Oh god. Oh god, I didn't even realize this. The Switch OLED has a better screen. It's almost guaranteed that this is okay. You know what? I haven't checked out the leaks, but I think this is guaranteed. It's not going to be an OLED console to launch. No way. And yeah, now that we're seeing the side-by-side comparisons, I mean, it's not side-by-side, but like one after other, the OLED Switch just has a much better screen to border ratio. Screen to body, sorry. It's called screen to body ratio. Oh my gosh.
OLED boasted, but it takes up significantly more of the unit than the original Switch's display. What display technology it uses is
I think
currently
this looks like
unclear.
8 to 9
While would love to
inches.
see a bright OLED screen, the base model could well use a more traditional LED panel.
Yeah, I don't
the
want
top
that.
edge of the device is largely unchanged. It features a slightly redesigned power and volume switch, a 3.5mm headphone jack, and a ventilation grill that appears to be of a roughly similar size to that on the original Switch.
You know what? That's not bad. The original Switch had pretty good temps, but then again, they did underclock the processor and GPU. So yeah, that's another reason why I had good temps. I hope they don't do that again. They used 2-year-old hardware at the time of the Switch launch, and they didn't even let that hardware go at 100%.
Just split into 3 vents rather than 5. The game card slot also remains on the top edge of the console. It's also the only visible slot on the device. Considering the machine is backwards compatible, that means the Switch 2's game...
Wait, they're right. Where's the SD card slot? There's no way it would launch without SD card support, right? Like, it has to have SD card support. Because the original Switch was only, what, 32 gigabytes, and then the OLED Switch was 64 gigabytes. That's abysmally small.
Cartridges will almost certainly be the same form factor as those used in the original
They could pull
Switch.
Apple and
there
be
is one
completely
new
sick.
curious addition to the top edge to
just make you
speculate
pay
about,
tons of
though.
extra
Next to the
money.
headphone jack, we can see a USB-C port. What this is for, we're uncertain, as the Switch
Are they trolling? A second USB-C port would help so much. It would also make mounting accessories and hardware way easier. When you're charging, you can charge from up top or at bottom.
2 also has the same bottom-mounted USB-C port as its predecessor for docking and charging. Perhaps there are a range of USB-based peripherals in the work that make more sense mounted to the top of the console.
I
Or
agree with
perhaps
that.
the next Pokemon will go fully old school and use a link cable to trade monsters. We're perhaps too excited than we
I don't think you have to use link cables in 2025. You can just use Bluetooth, right? Or Wi-Fi to make that connection. You don't have to do that anymore.
should be to find out what a mystery USB slot does. Alongside the bottom-facing USB-C port are new downward-firing speakers that replace the original Switch's rear-facing speakers.
No. I didn't even realize that. I thought those were vents. They're speakers. So the OLED Switch had front-facing speakers, and they were sounding better. Yes, these new speakers are likely larger than the OLED Switch speakers, but they were front-facing. At least I think they were front-facing. So the OLED Switch appears to me, anyways, to still do the screen better because it's OLED and it has a better screen-to-body ratio. And then, of course, the sound will be better because it's directly shooting into you. Pause. Instead of, like, the sound going down.
This new position will hopefully ensure better sound quality. The rear of the console sports a brand new kickstand system, which runs the entire length of the console.
the
It does
kickstand can go
admittedly look
further
a
down.
bit flimsy, but the rubber feet on the edges
Wait,
of the console
flimsy? It
unit
doesn't look
itself
flimsy.
may be there to help support the kickstand and keep the entire device steady. The kickstand also seems to be able to lock into multiple angles, and one that lies at a much shallower angle that's almost lying flat. As you'd expect,
That's not
the
almost
Switch can be
lying
plugged
flat.
into a dock and connected to a TV. The dock appears nearly identical to the original Switches, but the corners have been rounded off to match the radius of the Joy-Cons. Oh,
Why are some companies like so obsessed with rounding the corners? I don't know. This doesn't look like newer or better.
and there's a massive Switch 2 logo on the front of it too. Also mirroring the original Switch is the inclusion of a controller peripheral that the Joy-Con slot into. It looks just as uncomfortable as the original version.
I never used this thing. Actually, no, I used it one time to test it out. It sucks. I really hope... I can't believe they're going to do this again. Did you guys ever use this thing? Like the Copium controller setup?
But hopefully, hands-on time will reveal that some improvements have been made.
Kid-friendly, yeah, I know.
You can't have a console reveal trailer without a game, and this Switch 2 reveal gives us a
Yeah, the
sneak
SD
peek
card
of what
was
appears to be
behind
a
the
brand new
stand
Mario Kart
last
game.
time, but they
It
didn't show
appears
that
this will be
off.
a bigger, more chaotic version of Nintendo's beloved racer, as the starting
Like, we
line
didn't see it.
has space for 24 racers. Mario Kart 8 was limited to just 12 racers.
So, I honestly don't think this is as big of a deal as people are making it out to be. We can play with more people, which is normal because one, the online infrastructure should be better. It's 2025 after all. It's not 2017 servers anymore. So that makes sense. And then from the perspective of can the Switch handle it? Yeah, of course it can handle it. It could handle it before playing with more players as well. So, but I don't know, man. Like when you actually do a race, it's not gonna feel much different.
Arching over that starting line is a sign that reads Mario Kart Mario Bros. Circuit. It appears to be a whole new, seemingly American-flavored track for Mario Kart. One that appears to make use of a more open space and off-road sections. The clip confirms 10 characters for the roster: Mario, Luigi, Bowser, Peach, Yoshi, Toad, Donkey Kong, Daisy, Rosalina, and finally, Wario, who can be spotted for just a split second as the screen flips. While brand new games such as Mario Kart were obviously on the cards, it's good to see that old Switch games will be supported through backwards compatibility.
Now, this is both good. This is both a good and bad thing. Switch carts were among the most expensive components of making a Switch game, and obviously, the person who pays for that is you, the consumer. And this is the issue I have. I just realized I've not been very positive about this, have I? My problem with Switch and Nintendo in general is this. You spend more money to buy anything Nintendo, like to buy a Nintendo console, and then you spend more money to buy Nintendo games, right? That's my issue with all this. And so, geez. Switch Online is still wildly expensive for what you get. The Switch console is unlikely to be still at a loss, and obviously then therefore you pay more money for it. And then of course once you do get the console, you'll be paying more money for Switch games, and Nintendo games, they rarely go on sale. So like you pay more to be in the Nintendo ecosystem, and I'm not even sure if it's worth it. But I'll still be getting a Switch too, so it doesn't even matter to me. But yeah.
However, the reveal trailer does warn that certain games may not be supported. We suspect that this may refer to games that use peripherals that directly connected to the Switch One's Joy-Cons.
Right, I agree
Ring
with
Fit
that.
Adventure, for instance, required the Joy-Con to be slotted into the ring, and the new Joy-Con design will presumably be incompatible with
good pointer, which is really sad because I think this was one of the best games on the Switch.
The old rail system. But when can we get our hands on this brand new Nintendo console? 2025 is the only date we're given, so sometimes within the next 12 months. We'll learn much more, including hopefully a release date in just a few short months. And
is it saying it's coming out in April? I don't understand. It's so clear to me that the target would be like November launch. It's not coming out in April, right? Oh, it's a direct. Okay. It's a direct to look more in depth. Okay. Because I thought it was like a Nintendo Direct to give us the details of its release. But yeah. What do you guys remember? Which console was it that had like, oh my god, was it the Saturn? They did like a giant announcement and they showed off the console and they're like, this console is gonna be awesome, it's gonna be sick. And then they're like, and here's the kicker, it's releasing today. Was it the Saturn? Anyways, whatever. That shit was so cool back in the day. But yes, that's highly unlikely. I get that. June or July is what the leakers were saying? Okay. That's not a bad timing. I do think you should launch before Christmas season, ideally. So summer season's nice too.
Nintendo Direct is scheduled for April 2nd. Following the Direct,
you'll
be able to get hands-on with the console yourself as part of the Nintendo Switch 2 experience. A worldwide tour taking place between April and June. Started on April 4th in New York and Paris, and then going on to visit cities such as London, Berlin, Melbourne, Tokyo, and Seoul.
No. Historically, consoles released just before
provided
Christmas.
you win a ticket
That's
via the
what it usually is.
ballot.
That's not
Registration
suicide. That's
for the ticket raffle opens on January 17th. And those are the 30 key details revealed by the Switch 2 announcement trailer. Be sure to watch the trailer itself in full, and for everything else Nintendo and more.
Okay guys, so that's from IGN, 30 details from the Nintendo Switch 2 trailer. Unfortunately, that still doesn't tell me anything that I could get excited over. We did learn some stuff. We learned some additions, some removals, and unfortunately, the thing that bothers me the most is its down firing speakers, worse body to screen ratio, and we didn't get to learn anything like super interesting about it. Now let's check out some leaks so we can learn something that's actually potentially interesting. It's advantageous, as you said, to aim for the summer. Yeah. You want to know what's advantageous? Launch it as soon as possible because you have so much competition nowadays. There's like 5 other consoles out right now, and you guys might not see it that way, but like Zotac, Asus, Acer, Steam Deck, which is from Steam, and then these Chinese companies as well. They're all making like PC handhelds nowadays, which is super annoying. Oh, Lenovo is another one. You have so much competition right now. The sooner you release it, the better. Because if I was not a content creator, I don't even know why I would get a Switch 2 at this point. Is how I see it. Because those other consoles are so good. All right, let's check this out. All right. Do you emulate? Not really. But I should. I should just to stick it up to Nintendo. Fuck you, Nintendo. I'm so sorry. I'm such a freaking hater nowadays. Okay, Nintendo Switch 2 leaks essentially ruined the reveal according to one analyst. It was very unfortunate for Nintendo. Do you guys believe that? I don't really. Anyways, so we already knew Nintendo Switch 2 was going to be officially released this week. One person even literally gave the date of, well, the trailer and everything. And a lot of details that they haven't revealed, we already know, so... Anyways, Nintendo's probably really mad about the leaks to the most severe level, says former PR managers. I think the leak essentially ruined the reveal, continues Toto. And they were also quiet about the price, release date, or future games. So in the end, we know almost nothing new about the device after the trailer. Yeah, and so... Let's see if we can find anything actually interesting about this, because that was unfortunately not a lot shown. One thing we do know is that the Switch 2 will be backwards compatible, which now makes sense why they're shutting down so much of the Switch emulators, because the Switch emulators are expected to be able to work with Switch 2 games. So that's why they've been on this crusade to cut down every emulation hardware, software out there. With a lot of the original Switch games, something Toto says was almost unavoidable due to the fact Nintendo sold 1 billion Switch 1 games, and it makes sense to let buyers of the new device carry over the library. It makes sense, but they rarely have done so. I've been buying Nintendo games since, what, the 3DS, the Wii, but I've had to rebuy my stuff every single time. So, okay, this is not the actual leaks. All right, here. This is what we want to look at. Sorry guys, I'm gonna work on the spacing because every article does their spacing kind of differently, you know. So I want to get it to match up. The heck? Yeah, whatever. Alright, Nintendo Switch 2 performance leaks should leave you very happy indeed. Nintendo Switch 2 will offer more than a revised design, better games. Better games? Better performance equals better games? Come on. It also offers a substantial boost in performance, as it should. Nintendo Switch uses 9-year-old hardware at this point, so what's the point? Anyways, it's rumored to be priced of the what? Good thing too, as the rumored price of the console is comparable to the latest Xbox and PlayStation consoles. Is that good? So in Canada, if you want to get a PlayStation 5, you're looking at what, $500, $600? That's a lot of money. Same thing with the Xbox Series X, but if the Series S, then it's like $300. I don't know if people are gonna be happy about that because you can get a Switch for $300, and now we're looking at $500, which is gonna be a hard sell because you have Steam Decks and of course refurbished Steam Decks for much less. Anyways, so according to Digital Foundry, the Nintendo Switch 2 will feature an 8nm chip. Ooh, that's not good. I think cell phones are looking at like 4nm nowadays. 8nm is kind of old tech at this point. So for those who don't know, the smaller the chip is, the more efficient it is. So 8nm is gonna be like what dated kind of. Well, it'll be interesting. It's probably NVIDIA hardware, right? So I don't know, man. It just seems like it's a bit big. I thought it would be like 6nm at least, right? And the GPU clock speed will be 561 megahertz in handheld mode, going all the way to 1000, also 1 gigahertz when it's in dock. This doesn't really tell us much because nowadays it's about how efficient a processor is. So higher clocks doesn't mean higher efficiency. As also said, the CPU will be capable of 1100 megahertz handheld mode and 998 megahertz when it's docked. So it looks like they're still going to have a gap in power when docked and undocked. That is worrisome because the Switch was well known for being heavily underclocked. And one of the ways they were heavily underclocked was when it's in handheld mode. And they had to make sure the game would run comparable, whether handheld or docked. So I'm really hoping we don't go through all that again. Now, if none of that makes any sense to you, that's fine. Just makes a considerable upgrade from the Nintendo Switch, which is obviously a good thing. I think whoever's writing this doesn't know the difference because this doesn't tell us anything. I'm pretty sure this original Switch clocked similarly. The real test of power will be the open world games that Nintendo Switch was known for, like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which is rumored to be getting remastered for the Switch 2. Breath of the Wild getting remastered? That doesn't make any sense. You can just take your Breath of the Wild cart and put it into your Switch 2 and play it. Why would it be getting remastered already? That's insane. Yeah, like why? What? Okay, whoever's writing this article needs to do a bit more work. There are also new Pokemon games on the way. I think everyone knows about that. With many of you fans hoping for less performance issues this time around. Yeah. And that's it? Okay. I mean, I think it's a skill to write an article and have very little to say, and I think they're doing that. All right, let's take a look at the cost. They said, so if the person who told me June release is all but confirmed to be correct, then that could mean the pricing they would give is 450 USD. Oh, no. 499 USD. Oh, God. Chat, would you buy this game? Sorry. Would you buy a Nintendo Switch 2 for 500 American dollars? Okay, that really is PS5 prices. But it won't have anywhere remotely the close to the same performance. And before someone says, yes, it's a handheld device, I'm well aware. But $500? How much is a Switch nowadays in America? In Canada, you can get one for $300. Now, I am being unfair here because there are used, refurbished, right? Like, there's no reason to pay the full retail price, and of course they go on sale. For those who don't even know, with the Switch 2 announcement, the Switch OLED is now heavily discounted. Well, okay, not heavily discounted, it's discounted. I'm just trying to point across, this is a huge increase in price. $500? Who has that money nowadays? I think if you're $500, you're doomed. You are beyond doomed. Why would I not just buy a Steam Deck OLED for less money? And you guys might be like, well, you can't play Nintendo games on it. Sure. But a Steam Deck OLED can emulate a Switch. It absolutely can. It can emulate all the other consoles. And it is, it It functions like a game console because it has Steam OS. More so, you get to play all the games you already own from Steam, and because of how many Steam sales there are, like, it's just much more cost efficient to just buy a Steam Deck. If you put at $500, it's like, yes, everyone's willing to pay a premium for a Nintendo console, but at $500, that's way too much. I think that $50 extra is a Mario Kart bundle. Over in the UK, that may equate to 400 euros or 450 with Mario Kart included, but that remains to be seen. That's a lot, man. I hope they don't do that. For those who don't know, Nintendo is obsessed with not selling their consoles at a loss. If people have been around, you remember these things. Do you guys remember when a 3DS, when it first launched, nobody bought it because Nintendo wanted to make so much money off of their console sales? No one bought it. And then immediately they turned around and looked at the sales like, this is not working. So they made the ambassador program. So if you bought a Nintendo 3DS on launch, they gave you they gave you the ambassador program, and then they gave you a bunch of free games like GBA games to try and make up for the fact that you paid a lot of extra money. They're known to do this stuff. It is not a good idea. You have so much competition. You cannot afford this. You better hit the ground running, because if they think it's a flop, it's a flop. And before someone says there's no such thing, they wouldn't do that. People wouldn't only give Nintendo one chance. But look at the Wii U. That's exactly what they did. It launched, it didn't launch well, and that was it. It never made a comeback, even with the price cuts. So yeah, this is dangerous. If they really want to sell it and make a profit, they're in. It's a bad idea. I hope they don't do that. Okay. Let's see if there are more leaks. I don't think you see anything else worth talking about. No, not everyone knows how to emulate. That's the thing. I went through the entire spiel because you should be able to know how to use Steam. So even if we're talking about, hey, you don't know how to emulate, okay, then don't emulate. It's a bonus to emulate. Like, I don't know about you guys, the majority of games I play are not Nintendo games. Steam has access to more free games than Nintendo by far, and on Steam you can get better sales than Nintendo games than Nintendo by far. Learning to emulate is just a bonus. That should not be the main seller. People just want pick up and play. Yeah, that's why I use Steam Deck as the idea, because that's the easiest pick up and play. Hold on, do you guys actually think a Steam Deck is not pick up and play? What are you talking about? A Steam Deck is pick up and play. I'm confused. Have you guys never used the Steam Deck before? It's the definition of pick up and play. You have to set it up for emulators. The emulators are a bonus. What the fuck? You don't... I'm sorry. What's the confusion here? There are more games on Steam than on Nintendo Switch. We can all admit that, right? Like, that's just basic knowledge. Emulation is a bonus. You don't have to do it. You already have access to more games and at more competitive prices by buying a Steam Deck. What's the confusion here? You don't have to emulate. My Switch 2 will be a dock the whole time. Why would I buy a Steam Deck when I have a PC? You don't even have to buy a Steam Deck. Hold on, I'm saying I think you guys are. What are these arguments? The value proposition of a Steam Deck is better than a Nintendo Switch 2, is what I'm trying to say. Because you could do all these things. And then the counter arguments you guys are giving is, well, you have to set it up. You could just watch a YouTube tutorial and it takes you like 10 minutes at most. You just follow it step by step and you're done. But say you don't want to do that. You still have access to more games, and you have access to those games immediately. So I don't understand where we're going with this. Why are we pretending like the value proposition of a Nintendo console is better? It's not. Does the Steam Deck need maintenance? No. What do you even mean by maintenance? I'm talking specifically about emulation, not the Steam Deck in general. People choose not to learn how to set up emulation because they just want hassle-free. What the fuck are we talking about here? Guys. You can't be like, people don't want to set up emulation. Guess what? You can't emulate on the Switch 2. What are we talking about? Why are you holding this emulation thing against Steam Deck? You can't even emulate on the Switch 2. What are we talking about? Any emulation you do will be through Nintendo, so you have to pay for the privilege of their emulators, which are, by the way, just freely accessible emulators. I'm so confused here. And even then, you can't play every game. What is this? What are we talking about? You can't be like, it's to the positive of the Switch 2 when you can't. It's not a positive there. But you can play Nintendo games only on Switch 2. Yeah, but that's not a positive. You have to pay for that privilege. I'm telling you, normal people are idiots. You didn't finish my reading. I'm explaining why people think the way they do. That's true. Yeah, I'm saying the Steam Deck can play Nintendo games as well. Why? Switch 2 is not even out yet. Do you guys actually think Nintendo will allow us to emulate whatever? Like, can I play PS Vita games on a Switch 2? Right? Like, they're not gonna let us emulate these things. Why would you even believe they would let us do these things? They've never let us do these things. Every single time a loophole gets open, they close it immediately. I had to do an oil change on it twice this week. Okay. Maybe you can use Game Pass on Switch too. That'd be badass, actually. You can use the Game Pass. Well, there are Game Pass combinations that you can use on the Steam Deck and any other PC consoles. Is there anything else? Hold on. I thought there were more leaks than this. I thought there were more leaks. Switch 2 having less value than a Steam Deck is not true for someone who wants to play Nintendo games while setting up an emulator. That's the worst take I've ever heard. It's like saying an apple has no value because you only care about oranges. That's a shitty ass take. Yeah, you're right. If you only care about playing Nintendo games, then you buy a Nintendo console and you only play Nintendo games. Congratulations with your take. What the fuck? Yeah. I guess. It's just like I only care about reading things in English because I can only read English. You got me. What kind of take is this? Dude, I'm not even trying to be rude. If that's your input, then yeah, you got it. Damn, man. No, you don't understand. That's not a value proposition anymore. That's a preference. The value pro. Oh gosh, the value proposition is looking at from a rational, equal, even viewpoint. And your argument is there is no value proposition because it's a preferential proposition. I am not talking about that. People, if Nintendo wanted to, they could price the Switch 2 at $1,000, and there would still be people buying it because that's how much they like Nintendo. But that's not any. That kind of argument has no basis to stand on. It's like I would not pay like $5 for a Pokemon card because it has no value to me. But there are people willing to pay thousands of dollars for Pokemon cards, you know. But that's the shittiest way of making an argument because it's a preference, right? It's like my favorite color is red, and therefore I don't care about any other colors. So if you give me a car in like green, I don't care about it. Like, no, people don't make arguments like that because no one would be able to follow that argument like that. A preferential argument is the worst kind of argument you can make because everyone knows people has preferences. We all have things that we like or dislike, but you can't base value on that because that's specific. Like, we all know this, all right? Congrats. Okay, doubling down. Speaking to IGN, multiple analysts believe that Nintendo Switch 2 will cost at least $400. So we're seeing anywhere from $400 to $500. That's an increase of $100 compared to the original price of the Switch, which I don't like. If you think about how far technology has come and the cost of the processor then versus now, you can probably get something comparable with how far technology has come. You know what? I'm really confused. Is it going to be OLED screen? Because if it's not, and it's just another 60 hertz screen, you cannot charge $100 more because with the scaling of 8 years, or actually, it's more like 9 years, of difference in technology. The processor, even if you keep it around the same allocation of like production costs in your processor, it'll be much better. So I don't know where they're going to increase this by $100 from, because I find it hard to believe that they can justify the price increase of $100 unless they're trying to pocket it in pure profit. But yeah, the Switch 2 doesn't look like some super powerful hardware. People give rumors that like it's only going to be PS4 Pro levels of power, which is not a lot. I've actually shown off like quite a few examples of like modern Android devices, Android handhelds, and they're using like Snapdragon Gen 2s, which are good enough to emulate Switch games, by the way. And those consoles would be like $300 and less. So yeah, the fact that we're talking about $400, $450, even $500 is insane. Anyways, we know it has a bigger screen. A bigger screen doesn't necessitate higher prices unless we're talking about using better technologies like OLED or higher frame rates like 120. The kickstand being bigger and more flexible. I just don't know how they increase the money by $100. It just looks like they're trying to pocket more money. Not gonna buy a Switch 2 day one. Gonna wait for a special edition like Splatoon 4 or Zelda edition. You're probably gonna be waiting like a year or two. But yeah, that's what I did back in the day for like the GameCube. The Wii U, Legend of Zelda Wii U edition, special edition was so badass though. Then I was pulling an Apple. I really think so. I think they're just trying to make more money. I honestly think given the stagnation of the current generation consoles, it's not bad. The Xbox Series S existing's holding consoles back, but I think the long term this will be assist the Switch 2 of multiple planets and third parties. If it's not OLED, it's done. I just don't know how they're going to justify charging that $100. It's just way too much, man. Remember, the target audience for a Switch 2 are kids. We're not the target audience. If you're an adult, you're not the target audience. Now, again, adults will be buying this, so don't get me wrong here. But the target audience will be kids and parents buying it for their kids. So if you make this $400, like, that's really hard for most parents nowadays to, because, okay, if a parent buys their kid a phone, and a phone can already play video games, why would they go out of their way to spend all this money, right? Because at least back in the day, you can make the argument, hey, say in 2017, you can make the argument still back then that a phone cannot produce the same quality of games as a Switch could. But in 2025, my goodness, have you guys seen how good the mobile games look nowadays? And how many actual PC games have been ported to mobile? Yeah, it's a hard sell if they're going to put it that high up. Anyways, latest Nintendo Switch 2 leak hints at powerful specs beyond expectations. Okay, that's cap. So, here's something that we've been hearing about. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on Nintendo Switch 2. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is on Steam. And as a result, they made it very scalable. So you can play this on the Steam Deck. Gosh, everything we talk about, it goes back to Steam Deck, huh? Which, if you're going to pay $400 for a Switch 2, it should be more powerful than Steam Deck. The Steam Deck, by the way, is 2 years old now. Does it even feel like 2 years? It's 2 years old now. You should be more powerful. And so you can't be like, this is more powerful specs beyond expectations when you cost more than the Steam Deck and you're 2 years newer than the Steam Deck. So you should be more powerful than the Steam Deck. And therefore, you should be able to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I don't know. It's a clickbait title, I would say. Anyways, there are rumors of a new Mario Kart game, 3D Mario, and somewhat likely that Metro Prime 4 will be released as a cross-platform game between the original Switch and Switch 2. Yeah. But yeah. Anyways, industry insider Nate the Hate recently told podcast listeners that Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are in development for Xbox Series X, S, and Nintendo Switch 2. For those who don't know, the Xbox Series X is the full Jaguar processor, but the S is the cut-down processor with the weaker GPU. So the Nintendo Switch 2 should be able, I mean, if they're doing things right, should be able to match Series S, or at least get close enough. So that's why it makes sense that FF7 can scale there. FF7 Remake is expected to make its multi-plat debut in 2025, followed by Rebirth in 2026. Or you can just play a Steam Deck right now and play the remake. I believe it's Integrate is the remake that we have on Steam. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, on the other hand, is a far more demanding game that, up until its PC release, was only available on PS5. So if a Switch 2 port is possible, the Nintendo News console might be slightly more powerful than fans had hoped. No, this is in line with what people are hoping for. Like, it should do better than Steam Deck. The PC version features improved visuals and lighting, as well as more controller options, 120 frames per second support, and more, yeah. Not that you really need it. According to the previous leaks, the new console support larger than current model with a smaller bezel for more screen space. Alright, that's it. Okay. I'm really disappointed. I thought we would hear, like, news about which processor it's using. It's almost guaranteed to be NVIDIA. The Switch uses an NVIDIA Tegra processor, and I think they had a really good relationship, so they'll probably continue that. But really, that's it. So all we know now is that it's likely to release in June, July. It's likely to be around $400 to $500, probably $400. It's going to launch with Mario Kart, likely Metro Prime. It's going to have some third-party support immediately, like Final Fantasy VII. And, yeah, there's so many big question marks. It's really hard to get excited when we know so little about the damn thing. Playing a console game on a phone isn't too great, LOL. Dude. I'm getting one guide so much tonight, guys. It's exciting because it's finally real. But yeah, but they haven't really given us a... They haven't even given us a real reason to be excited yet. What is it called? Razor Kishi 2? I'm gonna be careful to not dox myself. Alright. This is the Razer Kishi. What is the Razer Kishi? It's... So all you have to do with the Razer Kishi is you buy this... I bought it for 20 bucks. It's 65 Canadian dollars, which is less than $50 American. So like $40 American. You buy this, you stick it on your phone, and then you can play games on it with a controller. So I get... For fuck's sakes, guys. If the argument is like, people will be too stupid to emulate, okay, fine. And now I'm going to show you a controller, and you'll say, next, people are too stupid to buy a controller and attach a controller to their phones. If people are that stupid, then I'm not even trying to talk to them, okay? That's my argument. That's my counter argument for all of that. If people are too stupid to help themselves, then fine. You know, there are people too stupid to use modern phones and they still use flip phones. Great. I'm not talking to those people. But seriously, all you do, if you really wanted to, I'm trying to point this out. The Switch 2 is a hard sell for parents because if they bought their kid a modern phone on a modern cell phone plan, so they're not even paying it all up front all at once, and since you need a phone plan anyways, because everyone needs a phone, because it's 2025, and you can play, you know, really top-notch games for free, for cheap, buy yourself a Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass, get yourself a modern phone where you can emulate games or not because you're too stupid to emulate it. Get yourself one of these Snap-on controllers and then you're off gaming, dudes. Like, what the fuck do you want from me? There's so many options. I'm trying to point out why it's such a... If the argument is Switch owners are too stupid to do anything but use a Nintendo Switch console, great. I am not talking about those people. But anyone who has like 2 IQ. If you have 2 IQ, you can probably figure out how to play AAA games on your phone and it will cost you way less than a Switch 2. That is all I'm saying. I hate these arguments. These are stupid arguments. Not everyone knows the option, that's the thing. Are you guys trying to give me a headache here? Not everyone can read. You know that, right? Not everyone can read. Not everyone has 100 IQ. Not everyone has graduated from high school or college. You know? What the fuck do you want me to cover here? I'm trying to make rational arguments. And you keep telling me to consider the stupidest peoples. I can't. I can't. Why do I always have to consider these handicapped Nintendo fans? Why can't I speak to intelligent people? Oh my god. Not everyone can breathe without thinking about it. Okay. You guys are triggering me so much. Yes, I'm aware not everyone knows these things exist, but my goodness. I'm not trying to cover for the idiots. I'm not. It's so inexpensive to turn your phone into a It's so inexpensive to turn your phone into a AAA gaming capable device, right? You get yourself an Xbox Game Pass. You don't even have to get that. You can use the NVIDIA or the Razer, what's it called? GeForce Now. Use GeForce Now to play games for free. God damn, guys, it's not hard. None of this is hard. Yes, I know you guys haven't done this stuff, but trust me, you watch a 5-minute YouTube video, you figure it all out. All right, there's nothing difficult about this. You can use this with your Steam Link, so you can use this to play games on your PC. You can use it as PS Remote, NVIDIA GeForce Now, Xbox Game Pass. It's so easy to use. It's so inexpensive. I'm just trying to point across the value proposition where Switch 2 is really, really, really bad. That's all I'm trying to do. You should reintroduce yourself. Not everyone knows how they got here. That's right. Then buy the phone and stream games from there, and could be a fun stream, Sanguine. Are you guys fucking... I own this thing! Is it not obvious? Do you want me to go get it and take a picture for you guys? I own this thing. I've owned this thing for 2 years now. Do you seriously want me to do this thing on stream? I own this. I have this. Oh my god, I'm gonna go get it right now and take a picture, alright? Jesus Christ, guys. Okay, I got it. The reason why I'm saying this stuff is so easy is because I've used this stuff. Okay, it has dust on it. Whatever, man, I don't care. You guys are chirping me so much tonight. Here. I gotta now upload it before I can show you guys. Why do you guys keep wanting me to, like, make sure to consider stupid people? I'm well aware people don't know how to use these things. But that's not the point of these arguments. Like, that's not the point that I'm trying to make. There's always gonna be someone who doesn't know how to do something. Here. Log in. Oh my god. It looks so dusty. Is it really that bad? Okay, I'll clean my desk after this. Oh my god. What the fuck? It's not that dusty. Okay, this looks horrible. Alright, I'll show you guys. I'll clean my desk afterwards. I didn't know it was this bad. It looks so dusty. No, this is it. No, I own the damn thing. I actually have, like, 2 of these. I have one from, Crossbones or whatever they're called. I didn't know my desk was this dusty, whatever. I'll clean it sometime. But no, I have it. It's the Kishi V1 is the one I have. The V2 is slightly better. No. My keyboard is dusty. My entire room is pretty dusty because I cleaned the monitors recently and it just put all the dust on my keyboard. Alright. I have the GameSir G8 for my phone. Yeah. Fuck. I have the other one. I haven't unboxed it yet. But, okay, look. I'm just gonna sum it up. All I was trying to get across, guys, is it's super inexpensive to game on your phone. And it costs you nothing extra, because you already own a phone. And most people don't know, but their phones are very capable of playing games. Oh, fuck. Whatever, man. I own another one as well, but I don't want to bother finding it right now. Is there anything else we can cover up with the Switch? I thought there was more news. Yeah, what price is that phone? You want to see my phone? Alright, I'll show you my phone. This is my phone. I do not recommend this phone. This is a woman's phone. Oh gosh. Whatever. I'll see you guys on Twitter. This is a woman's phone. I bought this because they gave in my eyes it's like this phone is perfect for a gacha gamer because it literally splits in half and has 3 screens, right? So like, wow, you could really do a lot of things if you're creative enough. No, you can't do any of these things because it has the worst heating. Sorry, it has the worst. What's a good way to show this stuff off? Here.
So this is the brand new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5. And its biggest new feature, Samsung is calling the Flex window. And it is so epic because, as you can see, it is much bigger than previous models, and that means bigger features. So widgets now show a lot more info instead of small snap.
Like, this seems like such a good phone. It sucks at gaming. It has a Samsung Snapdragon Gen 8. Snapdragon. I'm gonna double check. It's one of their newest processors, but it's underclocked because it has no heating. It's underclocked because they have no. There's no vapor chamber on it. It has very horrendous cooling, and so you can't even use it at its full potential. Yeah, it's a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, which is a really nice one. Which, by the way, I was bringing up the nanometer size. My God, I can't believe the Switch 2 will be 8 nanometers. This phone is from 2023, so it's about 2 years ago, and it's using a 4 nanometer chip. I really can't believe the Switch 2 is going to use an 8 nanometer chip. So they're using like old tech as well. Anyways, Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 is capable of emulating Switch games and whatnot, but because there's no vapor chamber and they underclocked it because it has very little space, it can't even be used its full potential.
And they are so much more convenient to use with this larger screen. So setting a timer or recording a voice note takes seconds, and you will also be able to download and use third-party widgets.
It's the size of your
PP.
PP.
The cameras on the cover screen too. However, now, because of the new larger cover screen, it's probably one of the best phones to take videos, selfies, or even group pictures with because of how easy.
Like, look how cool that is. This is the phone I use. It's, in theory, a really nice phone. In practice, it friggin' sucks.
Easily you can see what's going on. And I can see this being a feature that once you start using, you'll never want to stop using. Like, these are just some quick shots I got that was so easy to snap. And now it does just feel more compact, more polished, and I really do like it.
Yeah, but that's the phone I use. It's really for women. Because if you want to game on this thing, it doesn't work at all. But I think when you're a girl, you'll take advantage of the front screen more often for selfies and whatnot. And I guess I'm sexist, so you can cancel me now. But what I'm trying to say, like, if you're a guy and you really care about using like those hardcore applications that need your phone to be very demanding, you don't want this phone. Its battery is also really small. I think I have to charge this phone like twice a day because it will not get through a day by itself. So yeah, I don't recommend this phone. But I bought this phone because I was like, man, if you just think about like all the things you can do with it, it's super awesome, except you can't. So yeah. What is PP? Don't worry about it. Let's see. Welcome back, Rose. At what price is that phone? I think I only paid. I traded in my old phone for this. The reason why I keep buying Samsung phones is because you can trade in your old phone and they give you like $900 for your old phone, which is insane. Your old phone is not worth $900. But yeah, I think when they make the Galaxy Z Flip 7, because the Galaxy Z Flip 6 has a vapor chamber. I think when they make the Galaxy Z Flip 7, I'll do a trade-in and I'll get that. But yeah, the one good thing about this phone is it has 512 gigabytes of storage, so I can play I can put all my gacha games on it. Anyways, but that's the phone I use. The Razer phone? This is not a phone. These are just controllers. Do you see the price? This is just a controller, man. It's 65 Canadian. My phone definitely couldn't handle newer. Mine is from back in 2015. Literally won't be able to run on it from newer updates. PAD. What's PAD? Switch 2 leaks. Let's look it up real quick and see if we find anything. Check. Okay. Young? Yeah. God. I know everyone has to have a catchphrase or whatever, but this is the stupidest catchphrase. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I love that guy. Can you believe he's a VA now and he plays as Kuryu? All right, dudes. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything. Oh, man. I thought there was more shit. Puzzles and Dragons. Update from past. Enjoy the game. All right. All right. Hold on. Let me... I saved an article. I know we're talking about Switch 2 tonight, but I want to look at something... Oh, shoot. We have one more article from Polygon. But I want to check out the best selling Switch games with you guys after this. All right. Do you watch Some Ordinary Gamers? No. Finally, from Polygon, Switch 2 versus Steam Deck, how Nintendo's next console measures up. This is the biggest fight that the Switch 2 has, because all the other handhelds out there, the Windows handhelds, they don't play and function as nicely as the Switch, as the Steam Deck. The only thing I think in terms of like consolability, that's not even a word, but that's something that we can define it as, right? How easy it is to get into a game, to purchase a game, to play a game, right? The UI, the feel, how easy it is to acquire games and play games with as little thinking and barriers as possible. The two best things out there right now are the Switch and the Steam Deck in terms of portable handhelds. So I don't want to hear this from the Xbox fanboys and the PlayStation fanboys. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. But yeah, in terms of portability, it's so clearly Steam Deck #1. And that's the reason why Steam Deck is outselling all the other Windows consoles, because, you know, the Asus ROG Ally, for example, is a really nice console, right? Much more powerful than Steam Deck. Does not matter, right? 120 frames per second, you know, VRR. It has a really nice IPS screen. Does not matter. Lenovo Legion Go, you know, a 1440p screen, really big screen, better clocking on its memory, you know, it's also using the AMD Extreme. Like, it doesn't matter, because none of these consoles they're more like PC handhelds with controllers stuck on than a console, right? So big some better for the Steam Deck. For Switch 2 will be the Steam Deck. Anyways, the Nintendo Switch 2 has finally been revealed and looks more like a Steam Deck than its predecessor ever did, which is kind of unfair because the Steam Deck looks like an improved Switch. It's a new design, paints over the iconic red and blue Joy-Cons a black finish. You can almost mistake it for Valve's handheld PC. Details are slim on what's inside Switch 2 as we wait to learn more in April. For now, we can look at what... You know what's interesting? I thought more stuff would leak by now about Switch 2, but it really hasn't. Anyways, so here's what we can surmise. Size. They'll stretch the Switch 2's overall size out a little bit to accommodate for its larger screen. And based on the teaser video, it's about 14% larger with the Joy-Cons included. That makes the Switch 2 about 4.5 inches tall and 10.7 inches wide. The Steam Deck is a little larger at 4.6 inches tall and 11.7 inches wide, but we don't know the depth about it. The Steam Deck is a bit thicker, but I think it's like the perfect thickness. So it's really comfortable to use, and it's not that thick in terms of the middle portion of it, but you will have to use a big case to carry it around. But that's because of the ergonomics of the controls on the Steam Deck, which are among the best in terms of handheld gaming consoles. And the Switch original, I don't even know how people could not play that thing without grips. That thing is horrendous feeling. So yeah, this thing the Switch should be overall thinner, but the Steam Deck is way more comfortable. Screen size. A report from last year said the Switch 2 will have an 8-inch LCD screen, and I think that's going to happen again. And the video looks close to that. Our measurement will put the Switch 2's screen at 7.8 inches, a sizable upgrade from the original Switch 6.2-inch LCD screen, and it's actually a tiny bit larger than both of the models of the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck OLED has a 7.4-inch touchscreen, and its LCD cousin has a 7-inch touchscreen. I'll be honest with you guys, that 1-inch difference will be hard to notice. It's not even 1 inch, by the way. It's like 0.4 inches. But yeah, very, very comparable sizes. I think you'll moreover notice the bezel sizes, and I think the Steam Deck does have fairly large bezels. So yeah, when you put them side by side, better screen to body ratio on the Switch 2. Screen resolution. Resolution remains a mystery for the Switch 2. Leaks suggest it might still have a 720p screen. No way! If this... Oh my gosh. If the Switch 2 still has a 720p screen in 2025, they're nuts. You can, in fact, see the difference between 720p, 1080p, 2400p. I know this because I have the Steam Deck and the Lenovo Legion Go, right, which is a 1440p screen. You can see the difference. That is a real thing. I hate how people say when you have a smaller screen, you can't notice the difference. You can. Anyways, but we'll be able to use upscaling tech similar to NVIDIA's DLSS to hit 4K when docked. That's most likely because it's using an NVIDIA chipset, so they'll have access to NVIDIA technologies. That would put it just under the Steam Deck's 1280 by 800 resolution. The Steam Deck does have a pretty poor resolution. The original Steam Deck actually had a pretty bad color accuracy as well. But honestly, this is a huge step back if that's the case, because that means the Steam Deck OLED and the Switch OLED would just have better screens in general. Anyways, a difference you wouldn't notice without holding the screen real close to your face, but the Steam Deck can output up to 8K using its USB-C output. It could, but like, what would you play in 8K? And the newest model has an OLED screen. Picture quality on Switch 2 will have blacks that look more gray and duller colors than the Steam Deck OLED, but it'll probably have a better battery life because of it. No. Who's writing this? OLED has better power efficiency, because every time it's a black pixel, it just turns off. I don't know why people keep saying LCD has better power efficiency than OLED, but I've never seen like any measurements that's proven that. CPU, GPU. Here's where the speculation happens. According to leaks from someone getting their hands on the Switch 2 motherboard, the system will run on the NVIDIA Custom Tegra T239 processor. Yeah, it makes sense. They had a great partnership with NVIDIA, and they'll probably still have a great partnership with NVIDIA. You want to stay with your partners, mostly because you can have better deals going forward, and it's better for shareholders on both sides that you work things out. Analysts predict that it'll reach a power level that as the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. It's unclear how much of that power will be tied to having it docked or not, though. If that's true, the Switch 2 will slightly be faster than the Steam Deck OLED's Zen 2 processor. But that's the thing. If it's only slightly more powerful, but over $100 more, why would someone make that purchase? Unless they just really, really want to play Nintendo games. But beyond that point, from like the perspective of a parent or somebody who just wants to make the most out of their money. But when you take into account the rumored 12 gigabytes of memory compared to the Steam Deck 16 gigabytes of memory, the differences will be minimal. 12 GBs? Oh God. It's 2025. If you don't launch with 16 gigabytes of memory, I don't know what you're doing. Ugh. People are saying the Steam Deck doesn't even have enough memory. For those who don't know, like, more memory is a big deal, because that means you can cache shaders better, higher resolutions of assets better. Like, the games will run more smoother, they'll be at a higher quality, and you're not even saving money. Like, if we looked up 4 gigabytes of RAM, this doesn't make any sense. It has to be at least 16 gigabytes of memory. You're saving like $10. RAM prices are really low when it comes to this small. So yeah, I don't understand what they're doing. 16 gigabytes of RAM versus 12 gigabytes. It would be so Nintendo to save like $10 to $12 or even $15, just just for the sake of saving money, even though they're giving up like, I don't know, 25% of memory, and even then it doesn't even make any sense because you're giving up so much for that. Storage. The Switch 2 storage situation is something you can glean from a fancy teaser video. More rumors courtesy of the motherboard leaks suggest Switch 2 will have a 256 gigabytes of UFS 3.1 storage. 256, I think that's like as little as you can get nowadays. All the like the PC Windows handhelds not launching nowadays are like 512 gigabytes at minimum. It is a big jump from the 32 gigabytes of the Switch, but 32 gigabytes is going to be unusable in 2025 anyways. It might also have an SD card slot with up to 128 terabytes of capacity better. The Steam Deck OLED beats the Switch 2 with a 512 gigabyte NVMe SSD for internal storage. That's right. They stopped selling Steam Decks of the smaller sizes. I think it's now 512 minimum in its base model, and a 1 terabyte NVMe SSD in its upgraded version. So yeah. But keep in mind, PC games are often a lot larger than Nintendo games, but Nintendo games should be catching up in size. Like, they're smaller because they're not as... The Switch is not as powerful, so they're not trying to, like, keep assets for, like, 1080p even. So... Switch games and PC games should be more in terms of parity, in terms of sizes going forward, if they're going to truly take advantage of the new hardware. Anyway, so the difference might not matter much, so yeah, I don't like this take. And Valve's device only supports micro SDXC and micro SDHC cards, which gives the Switch 2 a slight advantage in terms of data transfer speeds. Yeah? You can say that, but UFS 3.1 storage is like an NVMe like soldered on. Oh, but that's true. For those who don't know, Steam Deck actually does not use the latest NVMe standards. So I think it caps out around like 3,000 megabytes up and down transfer instead of like 5,000, 7,000. Anyways, the ports, USB-C X2, which versus Steam Deck's only one USB-C. But yeah, and there's no fancy kickstand. So yeah, those are things. But you can get you can just mod the case to add a kickstand. But yeah, no, in terms of USB-C and the stand, Switch 2 does it better naturally. Battery life and other specs. Switch 2's battery life is all up in the air still. Leaks can only tell so much because a lot of it will depend on its hardware and software will work in concert. So yeah, this we really can't tell. The original Switch's battery life ranged from 2.5 hours to 6.5 hours, so Switch 2 could last a little longer. If they really wanted the Switch 2 to last a lot longer, they would use a better efficiency chipset. 8 nanometers makes it harder for it to be more power efficient. And considering like phones from 2 years ago were using 4 nanometer chipsets, now there's more to battery efficiency than just your chipset, but like I would highly doubt the Switch 2 would have would be ultra efficient. The Steam Deck is actually ultra efficient at 15 watts. It's in fact the most efficient thing out there at 15 watts because they tuned it to be efficient at 15 watts versus everyone else trying to maximize performance. Anyways, that leaves us with the mysterious button and this mouse-like Joy-Cons in Switch 2. Rumor says new button is a C button, but nobody seems to have any idea what it does. It would really be cool if they let us map that button to whatever you want, but probably not. Even though we're pretty sure the Joy-Con can be used as mice, with no idea how you can actually use them. We are certain the Switch 2 doesn't have this matches Steam Deck's dual trackpads that also work as big buttons, yeah. Anyways, I think for most people, this is what it comes down to, whether you buy a Steam Deck or a Switch 2. But I think the Steam Deck has such a big advantage because the Steam Deck is 2 years old now. In a year or even 2 years, they'll make a Steam Deck 2, and in which case it'll be more powerful than the Nintendo Switch 2. And I think they'll also undercut them in terms of price. The Steam Deck doesn't really sell at a profit. I don't know if they really sell at a loss either. But because you're stuck in the Steam ecosystem, you make back all that money. And so I believe I read reports where they said the Steam Deck doesn't sell at a profit. And so the Switch 2 is likely selling at a profit. Which means in a year or two, you'll have a better Steam Deck available. And it'll probably be around the same price as the Switch 2. But again, be more powerful and you can spend less on games overall. So unless Nintendo can really leverage their originality, it'll be really interesting to see what goes on, what happens in the near future. But yeah, that's a look at Steam Deck versus Switch 2, even though we don't know enough to really say too much more about it. Steam Deck 2, Lamau. Why are you saying Lamau? They said there's no Steam Deck 2 in the works yet, but in a year or two they probably will. Knowing Valve, they take their time on making hardware. But do you really think they're not going to make a second one? I think they've sold like 9 million Steam Decks at this point. There's definitely going to be another one. In 2022, the Steam Deck sold 1.62 million units. In 2023, they sold multiple millions. Analyst firm Omdia predict that Steam Deck would sell over 3.47 million units in 2023. I read a report that said it would sell 9 million units by the end of this year. So we'll see. But yeah, like, no, it's a real competitor. Oh, thank you for the 10 bits. There will be a Steam Deck 3, though, that's for sure. Wait, what? Let's see. Steam Deck is upgradable. In terms of your SSD, yes, but that's about it. Someone with Nintendo BIOS is writing this, yeah. I hope it's not a 720p screen. That'd be so depressing. Alright, I think we got everything. Didn't Steam Deck sell like 20 million? No. It only sold 1.62 million units in 2022. I don't know if you guys remember, just getting a Steam Deck was so hard. It was so hard. You would have to be on like the... You would have to be on the pre-order list. It was so popular. I don't think it's... I think it'll sell a good amount. But Valve has really hit that balance in terms of like... So here's the problem with the Steam Deck. You have to order it from Valve. You can't buy it at a store. So I think if Valve can get into stores, then it can start really ramping up in terms of sales. But yeah, it's sold directly from Steam in the US, Canada, UK, and EU. That's right. That's the problem, though. Because you have to buy it from a store, it's so much harder for the average parent to buy it. But, man, I think it's such a good console. I love my Steam Deck. Can you buy it on Amazon? Yeah, from a scalper. You know, because Valve can't count to 3. Half-Life 3. Okay, I get it now. Alright. I think we got everything. Yeah, the 64GB LCD deck is only for sale for $297. Man, I hope Switch 2 does well, but like, its competition is so fierce. Okay. Alright, I know not everyone's down for this. It's easy to buy when America takes Canada and Mexico. Kona. Shut the fuck up. If I become American, I'm gonna track you down and anally destroy you. But yeah, outside of that, I want to check out the inauguration. Trump inauguration speech. That's the other thing I wanted to check out tonight. I know this will be super confusing for VOD watchers, like, why are you checking out the inauguration speech? But I actually want to hear what he has to say. That sounds like a real American to me saying thanks. U.S. President Donald Trump calls the inauguration liberation! Liberation for America. Shut the fuck up, dude. Liberation? Oh my god. Look. Full disclosure, I'm Canadian, so what I say does not matter. But that's friggin' stupid. Just because you became president doesn't mean your country's liberated. What the fuck? Who says? Oh, whatever. Let's check out the stupid speech. So Orange Man saying Orange Man things as per usual. Yeah. Listening to Trump's inauguration speech. A Canadian listening to Trump's inauguration speech. All right, let's go with that. I gotta make sure we don't get taken down. I think we're fine. I think we're fine streaming this. They better put the OLED screen on there. Name Femboy confirmed, not Femboy. Shut the fuck up. All right.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune,
I can't believe
Chief Justice Roberts,
your Vice President's Vance.
Justices of the
No
United States
offense.
Supreme Court,
That guy was anti-Trump,
President Clinton,
and I can't believe he's
President
now Vice
Bush,
President for Trump.
President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris,
Okay,
and
I don't know
my
why
fellow
that happened.
citizens. The golden
Wow,
age
he's so
of
civil.
America begins right now.
Okay, sure. Look at Biden. Look at Harris. They're none of them are clapping. In fact, what is that face that Biden is making? Good Lord. Oh my God. I'm so sorry for pausing so early. Oh my God. They don't have to clap, but they look like they hate this. Oh God.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the
He
world.
is so gentle and demure.
We will be the envy of every
Okay.
nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer.
Instead, you'll take advantage of every other country. Sorry, I'm Canadian. He's literally talking about annexing Canada. I have to bring that up. Does anyone actually believe anyone's taking advantage of America? Come on. Just ask the Canadians, ask the Mexicans. We're not the ones taking advantage of you guys.
During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
Yeah. He has isolationist policies, which I don't know if that's a good idea in 2025. It's the 21st century. I don't think it's a
Our
good idea.
sovereignty will be reclaimed.
Wait, what? Okay, most of you guys are Americans. He just said our sovereignty will be reclaimed. I was not aware you guys were no longer a sovereign nation. What happened? When did that happen? Okay, look, I know he's going to say a lot of crazy things, and I can't pause for all of them, but did anyone ever think America stopped being a sovereign nation? That's a crazy notion.
Our safety will be restored.
It wasn't safe in
Scales of
America.
justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization
I thought
of
the
the
American
Justice
dream was to
Department
sue
and our
people.
government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident
Sure.
and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face.
Which are?
While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing.
I love his energy. Okay. Guys, don't solve your problems. Annihilate them. I think Trump is the perfect president for America. Who talks like this? Annihilate your problems. If you have a rat in your house, don't get rid of it. Annihilate it. Oh, God.
In the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair.
Did he not get into power with big money support? I'm confused. Who's he referring to?
We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into
What's the crisis that's happening in America right now?
Catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that...
From all over the world. You know, I'm tempted to just Google this right now, but I'm pretty sure there have been various studies done on quote-unquote illegal immigrants and aliens coming into the United States. And it points out the majority of them are in holding, which means they're transitioning from being illegal to legal, or they're being transferred out, so they should no longer be counting in it. But like, you guys don't actually have an immigration problem. Yeah, you do. Like, it's not exceptional. It's not like some outwardly number one big problem in America is this isn't it. Like, yes, it's a problem. Most countries do deal with things like this. If you're in Europe, for example, you get migrants from all over the world coming through. Right? Like, yes, it's a problem, but like, it's not an exceptional big problem that America faces more than any other country.
That has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown.
I thought you guys didn't like basic
by
services.
The wonderful
like Medicare.
Of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now.
I see outlining
They
that.
don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to...
Is he going to mention the poor people and the normal people? He's talking about the rich people losing their homes. Who does that? I'm sorry. Are Americans actually upset that the rich people lost their homes?
Do anything about it. That's going to change.
Okay.
We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we
in
have
his
an
first
education
presidency,
system
didn't
that
Trump try to
teaches our
repeal
children to be
Obamacare?
ashamed
And
of
he said he would have a
themselves
better
in
plan
many
in
cases,
place.
to hate our
But after
country
4 years, no
despite
such thing
the love
happened.
that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
I don't know, man. He can say whatever he wants, but he already had a presidency to do all these things. I'm not sure why the second one would be so much different from the first one.
Completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back
Yes, it's
their
all red
faith,
government, so anything
their
he
wealth,
wants to do should just
their
happen now.
democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline
He has the
is
House, he has the
over.
Senate, so he can do whatever he wants.
Our
don't-
liberties and our nation.
Sorry, I gotta pause real quick. I don't like that notion that America's decline is over. Not because I'm against America or anything like that. The entire world is on a decline right now. The entire world is dealing with most things very poorly. It's not that every government in the world suddenly forgot how to govern. It's just it's a really tough time for everybody in the world right now.
I am the Senate.
Oh, okay. So I'm just saying most countries in the world are on the decline. You look at Europe, you look at North America, you look at Asia, virtually everywhere is doing worse. So as much as it would be nice to take America to take the lead and change how things have been changing. And it's just going to be, it's like a timing thing, right? Like it doesn't stay bad forever. Eventually it rebounds. Is like economics, finances, it goes up and it goes down. It's like a wave. Anyways, it's not that everyone forgot how to govern. So it's always really lame to just blame the last, like Biden's gonna get blamed for like America being in a decline, but it wouldn't have mattered. Anyone else in power would have likely seen a decline as well, just because how the world has been shifting. Like no one country can shift how the world does. Actually, I guess America can, because in like 2009 we had the world financial crisis, and America managed to screw over the world. So
glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way.
has he
The
been tested
journey
more?
to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
You know that bullet killed someone, right? Like, it missed Trump. It killed the person behind Trump. I understand Americans are very religious, but whenever people say things like this, it makes me think about the guy who did get shot. So why didn't God save that random dude behind you, Trump? Like, I don't know, man. Why does everyone attribute so much to God? Like, for American politics, you have to keep religion in it for some reason. In any case, I feel bad for the poor sap who got shot. So, it's going.
Thank you.
Was that Barron Trump,
Thank
the
you
kid?
very much.
He's so big now.
That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose.
Dignity, power, and strength. That's how he'll face everything. I'm not sure if that's the best way to work with people. Trump's rhetoric, if you've been paying attention, is one of strength, purpose, drive. He never positions himself as someone who is going to work with you. He always positions himself as someone who's going to command you. It's also one of the reasons why he's one of the world leaders that's the most difficult to deal with for most countries, because he doesn't really try to work with you. He more often than not tries to tell you what to do. I mean, as a Canadian, that's so easy for me to say, as he literally calls our prime minister the governor of Canada. Like, what the are you doing? Anyways, his rhetoric just makes it really hard for most countries to work with America. And I'm not sure if this is going to be like positive for America going forward. The world is already so divided, and you're going to have a president who doesn't work well with people.
And speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race.
Where's Trudeau again?
Religion,
He's still prime
color,
minister, but he's stepping
and
down.
creed.
The Liberal Party's
For
a mess
American
right now.
citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day.
Calling it Liberation Day is kind of a stretch. But all right. What did America get
It
liberated
is
from?
my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory...
He says that, but why? Like, this is not your first term. Why are we just going to ignore what happened in the first term? That actually really confuses me that he got a second term after he lost, which makes no sense to me. Was there really no other Republican that had a chance of running and winning? It was just so weird to me that when Trump lost, I thought people were over him and done with him. And then 4 years later, he runs again and he wins. Like, that's just so abnormal to me.
Showed the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old.
That is
men and
true.
Women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans,
Don't ask
I'm not so sure
Asian
about that part.
Americans,
Yeah.
urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions.
I like how he points this part out because the first election he did not win the popular vote, and this time he does win it. But also, he's trying to point out like every demographic voted for him more, but wasn't very clear that like women in general did not vote for him. Again, I'm Canadian, so I don't know things as well as Americans do. I do pay attention to American politics, but not as much as you possibly could because I don't live there. But yeah, like there were huge discrepancies in terms of certain cultures, religions, genders in terms of voting for him, and male versus women, males versus females was one of the bigger ones.
Of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust.
Biden's
that
term
you
was
have
so not liked by
shown
people. They
me
want Trump
with
again.
your
Yeah.
vote. We set records.
And then they basically forfeited
and I
by
will
not having
forget it.
Biden rerun.
I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor. But in
Is it actually Martin Luther Jr. King Day? Is it really? It is? Okay. Wait, is this the... okay, again, I'm Canadian, so I don't know everything about America. Is this the day he passed away? Like, when he was shot in the motel? Check Google. Okay. Martin Luther King Day. Is Martin Luther King Day a holiday in Canada? It was recognized in Toronto in 2018. Also has been in Ottawa, but it's not a paid holiday. Oh, that's so funny. Anyways, third Monday of January each year. So yes, it is.
In his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true.
This dude right here, he watched everyone stand up, and he's like, I better stand up now, or I'll be the one weirdo not standing up. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I always know stuff like this, and it's just so funny to me. Sorry. Let's play it back. No, seriously, look at him. Literally everyone else gets up. And he looks at everyone else getting up, and I think he might even notice the camera. He's just like, I don't want to be the one guy sitting down right now.
Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God.
Why does America insist on putting religion into politics? Who is going to forget about God?
Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions,
God,
we
though?
will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense.
I would just say the
All
Christian
about
God.
Common sense.
Believe in Jesus.
First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
When he says he declares a national emergency, is this like an executive order, or he's just saying it's an emergency? What does that even mean? I don't know. I don't know about the terminologies. What the fuck is this? People are like Oompa Loompas. They're just standing up all of a sudden. I like how like some people are making the clear decision not to stand up. I'm really curious. Most of you guys are Americans. Do you actually believe the border is an issue? I feel like you have way bigger issues than the border.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Troops? Holy crap. What? The border between America and Mexico is one of the longest borders in the entire world. You already have, like, a border agency, do you not? The idea of deploying troops on the border is insane. That's so much manpower. Okay, real quick. Oh, come on. I want to look this up. Okay, so this is an article back in 2021. President Trump reduced legal immigration. He did not reduce illegal immigration, is what it says. So what I'm trying to figure out is 1995 to November 2020, figure 1. And then monthly non-immigrant visas issued to foreigners abroad. Yeah, he's just reducing immigration in general. Immigrants removal by area of apprehension. So under Trump, it wasn't really any higher. That looks pretty stable. In fact, it looks lower. And then illegal immigrant population. It looked pretty stable as well. 10 million. About 11 million. Okay. Huh.
Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Is that correct to do? Because I don't think cartels count as terrorist organizations. You want to put them up in the priority list, but that's misclassification, is it not?
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
Aren't most American crime done by Americans? Like these kind of stipulations and addresses and statements make it seem like most of these are because of Mexico. But I thought most American crime was done by Americans, not like foreign entities.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet
Why didn't
to
he do that in his
marshal
first
the vast
presidency,
powers
then?
at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices.
Oh yeah, Trump's obsessed with
The
drilling for oil.
inflation
That's right.
crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
He's still obsessed with drilling for oil. Oh my god. It's not the 70s anymore. Oh my, all right, sure. Yeah, you could solve. America has a lot of oil.
America
That's true.
will be a manufacturing nation once again.
America should be
And we
an
have
oil
something
surplus
that no
country.
other
You shouldn't really need
manufacturing
more
nation will ever have. The largest
energy
amount
imports
of
from
oil and
anywhere
gas
else.
of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it.
Okay.
We
I
will
buy
bring
that.
prices
Sure.
down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world.
That's not going to happen. That is not remotely going to happen. The only people that would buy.
Cartels do kidnapping, murder, burn cities down, and other atrocities besides
Not
the
in
drug
America.
trafficking, but only in Mexican territory.
Exactly.
Classifying them as terrorists should have been done by the Mexican government before Trump presumably will.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Because they're not. Yes, they have some reach in America, but not nearly as much. To call them a terrorism organization would be a stretch. Absolutely. But all right. If he can do that if he wants. But no, going back to what I was talking about. Guys, you realize America exporting energy is a very difficult thing. Canada is an energy surplus country. That's why we sell our surplus electricity to Americans, which is why there's a trade deficit for America overall, because it's in energy. Where are you exporting this oil to? Like, is Mexico going to buy it? Because to move oil from America to, say, like, I don't know, the Philippines or Australia, that is a lot of distance to travel, right? When you have like Russia and you have like the Middle Eastern countries, they have pipelines to move oil and gas throughout the continents. That's why it works for them, because it's cost efficient to move energy resources around. But where the heck is America to move their resources? Like, are you going to put them on ships and move them around? Like, the most you can do is make America an energy surplus country, but I don't know who's supposed to buy this stuff.
We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers.
How does this help auto workers, by the way? I thought the movement was from oil-powered, gas-powered cars, sorry, gas-powered cars to electric-powered cars, but like you're still making cars.
In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago.
But who can afford it?
And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing
That's right.
our citizens
Chinese
to
electric
enrich
cars are
other
really
countries,
inexpensive. You're right.
we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
That's not how tariffs work. Why does he keep insisting that's how tariffs work? Foreign companies are not going to cut their prices. They're going to just increase their prices to match the tariffs. The people who pay for the tariffs are the citizens. I'm so confused why he keeps insisting on that. Like, if a Canadian company makes ketchup, for example, and sells it to Americans, and you put a 15-cent tariff on it, so now it's $1.15, they wouldn't be like, we'll drop our profits by 15 cents to keep it $1.
Hope you're doing good sayings, Noom Cheer.
Hey, GMO, thank you. Yeah, I am. We're checking out Trump's inauguration speech. But anyways, I'm trying to explain, like, they can't just say we'll just take that 15 cents loss and keep it the same price. Because if they do that, the ketchup they make for Canada, their own country, would also, like, Canadian consumers would not like that. So they'll have to cut it there as well. So what you do is increase the price so that you pay the tariff, but then that extra payment gets passed on to consumers. You would never just cut it and absorb the cost. I'm not sure. Like, why is there this insistence on making money through tariffs? That's not really how it works.
For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore confidence and effectiveness to our federal government.
This is crazy.
My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
Hey, Rex, I know you really want to check out Asmongold.
After years and years
Am
of
I a content
illegal
creator or
and
I'm not a content creator?
unconstitutional federal efforts to
No
restrict
offense, dude. Come on.
free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
I always think this is really weird for Americans to talk about free speech. You guys have free speech. You just cannot literally say anything you want. Like, you can't just say, I have a bomb in my house right now. Like, you can't say that. Like, there are things you cannot say, but that's the only things that you can't say. You have free speech. Free speech is not you can say whatever you want. I'm always confused when Americans think they're getting censored. You just can't say crazy shit. That's not true. That's all right. I don't know. I've always been confused why there's been. If you pay attention to the right, they always insist they're being censored, but then you look at what they're calling censorship, and it's just crazy things that have no proof.
Never
Stretch.
again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about.
Didn't Trump say if he wins, he'll prosecute his opponents? No, seriously. I'm going to Google that right now. Trump has made more than wonder threats to prosecute or punish perceived enemies. What the Yeah, you know all about this because you're the guy making these threats. Oh my god. Anyways, yeah. I remember hearing him say lots of things about this stuff. You guys can look it up. Yeah, I don't know why he's saying he's not. He's going to stop Americans from prosecuting opponents when he's literally going to do it himself. Okay,
we will
sure.
not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice
right, sure.
under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
Okay, fine, yes. I may be a liberal, but I even think that's going too far.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based.
All right, I respect
today,
that, merit-based, yes.
It will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
I gotta ask a question. Does Biden or Harris, do either of them clap at any point through this entire thing? I've been keeping an eye on them. They have not clapped for one thing. This guy is so down for this. Okay. That's Barron, right?
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay.
What? Full back? Holy crap. COVID. Do you guys remember when COVID was? That's 4 years ago. Is he actually serious? 4 years of back pay? I know the military service members don't make a lot of money, but this is an insane promise. Quite a few people left the military because of this, so that's a lot of money. Okay, these guys are really proud Americans right now.
And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately.
What is he referring to? I have no idea. He's talking about soldiers, right? But I have no idea what this means.
Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
Who are your enemies, by the way? Really? Really? Don't say the Russians, because you're not going to fight the Russians. That would be World War III. Don't say the Chinese, because you're not fighting them, because that would be World War III. Who are your enemies, actually? I mean, he's talking about annexing Canada, so maybe he'll be attacking Canada next. I don't know. Who are your enemies? Like, you would never actually fight them. Unless it's World War III. No, you would never directly fight them, or it's World War III.
Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the war.
Where is he going with this? The battles we win? The wars we win? Is this not hinting at literally fighting a war in his presidency?
Wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Oh, okay. Is America at war currently? Just wondering. From my perspective, the answer is no. You're not in a war right now. Considering Biden left the Middle East, and it's okay. There's a lot of confusion here. For example, if you're like patrolling the South China Sea or something, that is not a war. You're patrolling. You're not in a war. There's no active conflicts with America right now. It's from my understanding.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
You know, remember his promise of 24 hours taking the office of presidency and he will end the war in Ukraine? They've actually pushed that back to 100 days now, which, to be fair, yeah, that was kind of crazy to say you'll end it in 24 hours. But on the other hand, why did you make that promise? You clearly could not keep that. But yes, he does want to resolve that, and if he does, Trump's doing the world a massive solid by ending the Ukraine-Russian war. But then, speaking honestly, I don't think that war has even 2 years left. With the way Russia's been making progress and how Ukraine's completely collapsed on all their fronts, that conflict is ending with or without Trump.
I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Wait a second. Is he taking credit from Biden? Because he's not president, and he didn't do this immediately. Wait a second. Biden and Harris are finally clapping. Wow. It is the first time during this entire time thus far that they finally started clapping. Obviously, they're clapping. This is their work.
Thank you.
Wait, whose work is this? Who did this? I remember Trump made a big deal of this. He talked about it during his campaign. But whose credit is this actually?
America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going...
Okay, if America in 4 years can actually convince the world to openly respect it, I mean, if I bet against it, I would be a hater, but America has been doing a terrible job when it comes to public relations and global relations. The best of luck is what I'll say.
Going to be changed.
Countries are not going to like you if you start annexing your neighbors, like Canada and Greenland. Oh, well, I guess Greenland's not really a neighbor, but still.
Changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
Can he rename a giant portion of water? So it's going to be the South America Sea now? Like, can he do that?
President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this.
Does he still want to annex Panama?
Than ever spent on a project before, and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Huh? I'm gonna Google that real quick. China operates the Panama Canal? Some Google it. What country owns the Panama Canal? Politically, the canal remains the territory of the United States until 1977 when the Torrijos Carter treaties, I'm sorry about the pronunciation, began the process of transferring territorial control of the Panama Canal zone to Panama, a process which was finally completed on December 31st, 1999. We did not give Panama Canal to China. We are taking it back. Why Trump sees a Chinese threat at the Panama Canal and locals don't. China saw opportunity in the Panama Canal as U.S. interests dwindled. They don't own it, though. Compared to Central America countries, Panama has a substantial population of Chinese origin numbering over 200,000. Okay. Doesn't America have millions of Chinese people? Like, what does that matter? When did China get to own the Panama Canal? Construction of Panama Canal is evidence of the past U.S. greatness. China's role in the canal's operations brought a renewed focus on the path between the seas. I don't think I understand this. Panama takes over and China moves in. But a lot of countries work with China. A lot of African countries work with China. A lot of European countries work with China. A lot of countries just work with China, period. I'm not so sure about this one. I never even heard about this one. The Panamanian government severed ties with Taiwan, fully recognized China. This opened Panama's eventual entry to China's Belt Road Initiative in 2018 when it became the first Latin American country to sign. The Belt Road Initiative is the China basically just gives you a lot of money, and then they build a lot of infrastructure for you, and you work with them. Is usually how these things work, but they don't own the canal. The first container to pass through expanded canal was Chinese-owned, the Coxo Panama. The ship entered the locks on June 26, marking the official opening of the expanded canal. That same year, China acquired the management contract of Margarita Island on the... None of this seems illegal. It just seems like they're doing business with China.
When I visited the Panama 15
Above all,
years
my
ago,
message to
the
Americans
tour guides
today
at the
is
canal
that
said
it is
that the
time for us
US
to once
set the
again
treaty
act
to
with
give
courage,
control of
vigor,
it in the last
and the
day
vitality of history's greatest
1999 because
civilization.
they thought the world
So as
would
we
end
liberate
on
our nation, we will
2000.
lead it to
Okay.
new heights of victory
Why would
and
you believe
success.
that? Why would anyone believe that?
We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United
What's the
States
chronic
will once again
disease
consider
epidemic?
itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
Shouldn't this be an endeavor for all of humanity? I'm glad any country cares about getting off of this stupid flying green planet of ours. Like, there's more to humanity and our future than just this stupid little rock floating in this galaxy, in this solar system. So yes, I'm glad someone's talking about going to Mars, but like, that should be a endeavor that humanity takes together. It's not just like Americans who are going to do it. Like the International Space Station has astronauts from various countries. There's various countries that have been to the moon. Does this send Elon Musk's like stock into the orbit?
Ambition is the
SpaceX is
lifeblood of
a
great nation.
it's a real corporation,
and right
guys.
now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny.
He's reading off a prompter,
lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken.
Yeah, I didn't think he would win at all. That doesn't even make sense. It's easy in retrospect to say Trump was going to win that easily, but you don't have this happen. It's incredibly rare for someone to be president, then lose, then still be the leading candidate.
I stand before
to
you
run,
now
and
as
then
proof
to
that
win
you
after
should
all
never
that. That's
believe
so
that
rare.
something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best.
Oh wait, he's also an actual criminal, based on your courts. So that's also rare.
From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington,
I'm glad in
DC,
America that stuff doesn't
our
stop
country was forged
people
and
from
built
voting
by
for
the
you.
generations of patriots who gave everything
You
they
really
had
can do whatever you
for our rights,
whatever
and
you
for
want to do in
our
America.
Freedom. They were farmers
any
and
goals and
soldiers,
dreams.
cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism.
You had help there, come on.
Over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history.
Okay,
With your
sure.
help, we will restore America.
I get it. He has to sell America on the promise,
the nation
but
that we love, and we love it so
highly
much.
unlikely.
We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before.
But you were president already.
Thank you.
He keeps taking a shit on his first term, huh?
Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism.
I'm not so sure about the compassion
Our power
part. Come
will
on.
stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous, We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely.
I thought you guys already were
we
these
will
things.
live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. That was something. I watched the Canadian coverage of this. I'm going to leave it a like.
Well,
That was
better keep
something.
being all those things, Nimzai. That's what he's pledging to Nimzai.
Yeah, I mean, look, I never thought things were that bad in America. So when he says we weren't these things and now we will be these things and this will be the best 4 years that you'll never seen before, make America respected again and powerful again. I was like, I don't know how much of that is true, but the goal of any speech at inauguration is to instill unity, hope, focus, and I think he did that. So it was a really good inauguration speech overall. There were some moments where I just did not see or understand anything said, but again, I'm Canadian, so there are a lot of things I do not see or understand because that's not my perspective, nor do I live in America. But yeah, there are a lot of things that will be very interesting the next 4 years because it'll be a big question mark on how much of this he can actually achieve. Again, he's been president already, so I struggle to see how this will be so much more different than the first time around. In which case, I guess we'll see. There are a lot of things he listed as problems for America that I did not think was problems. And the one thing that I was more worried about was that he didn't really mention the common people. Now, he did say we, but I think he spent more time talking about rich people than the common people. But of course, people will call me out on that or for not paying attention or whatnot. But I really think there should have been more said about like what the average American expect from all this. But I guess we'll find out. In any case, it was a good speech. I think he did what he had to do. It was funny to see Biden and Harris generally not clap at all. Like, this is such a poor handling of... usually you should be more supportive of whichever president comes in power next after you, but they're so divisive at this point. So, any case, that's that. That's his inauguration, and we'll see what happens in the coming years. Again, he didn't have control of the Senate and the House, but now he does. Okay, not he does indeed. That's normal for most countries in the world. Jesus Christ, I have to increase that price, huh? That's way too low for highlight my message. 100? Oh, wait, it does 100 if you never watch a stream. That's right. Okay. Sorry, let me catch up on the chat real quick before we continue on. I don't know if you guys understand how politics should work. The way politics should work is you work with both parties. You work not just on your own agenda, but you try to work with other people's agendas. And while you may disagree, you compromise. That's how politics should work. But American politics is the opposite of that, where you never compromise and you never work with each other. And so if your argument is in his first presidency he couldn't get anything done, that is the majority of presidencies. It was the same thing for Obama as well. And you can go back in your history, generally speaking, it's not one party owns everything. It's very rarely like that. But with that said, there have been presidents in charge that owned everything, that had full control, and they barely did anything as well. So, I mean, we can see. We will see. That's not how US politics have worked in the past 20 years. So are you saying US politics have been people working together for the past 20 years? Okay. Democrats, Republicans working these days, not happening anytime soon. No, the opposite. But Mono, I was saying the opposite. I was saying how politics should be. But summing it up by saying that's not how it worked in America. So I'm well aware that's not how it works in America. But that's how it should work. Politics should be working together. That's why I think it's really shitty to say, like, he didn't have control of the House and Senate and therefore he can do what he wants. No, it's your job to make things work. It takes compromise, but Trump's not the kind of person to compromise. I'm sure that's obvious. I mean, things should be puppies and rainbows, but humanity works against us a lot of the time. Yeah, sure. This is why I think what Trump is saying is really bad for humanity as a whole as well. Not that he's bad for humanity, but his speech is very America first, which if you're American, you're not going to see an issue with. But remember, as long as you keep the instincts of America first, it's going to make it very hard to work with other countries because they know you're not out here to get a fair deal. You're here to get the best deal possible for America. There will be, generally speaking, no compromises. Which, by the way, that is the foreign policy of America. Which, if you're going to work with America, you listen to America. Which is why America barely works with other countries nowadays. Especially under Trump. Everything in our system is so corrupted at this point. Well, yeah. I'm so sorry for breaking this to you guys, but big money in politics is a bad idea. I don't know when Americans will ever figure this part out. Because if you have big money in politics, they'll make sure you have the most... God damn, dude. Chill the fuck out to hide the messages, dude. Big money in politics makes it so that you have two sides that are exact opposites of each other, and you will never agree with each other because you have literally been paid money to not agree with the other side. So big money in politics is the dumbest thing you can do, and that's all you guys do. As someone who comes from a Thai family, the US doesn't know what corruption in politics even means. It's just a norm. It is... The fact that we talk about big money in politics and we don't label it corruption automatically is... It's asinine. It's insane. Like, that's the definition of corruption. Corruption is when you're getting paid money to do things on behalf of other parties. That is corruption. But in America, you just brush that aside and say that's the norm. But whatever. Again, I'm not anti-American. I'm sure most people can understand what I'm saying isn't a bias. It is literally what it is. So... let's keep going. Stocks are up, yes, they are up. But I think stocks are always up after election because it gives stability. So investors have direction and peace of mind. Check the comments. These are Canadian comments, so they're not going to be that bad. See? These are Canadian comments because this is Canadian coverage. Bush never stood. That says a lot. Imagine when Canada has to pay all the workers fired for not getting COVID injections. Yeah, man. Funny enough, one solution to fix corruption in the U.S. would be very bad optics, which would be increasing politicians' salaries. Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't politicians already earn a shit ton of money? How much money do politicians have to earn? I thought you made like... I'm gonna look it up. How much does a U.S. senator make For example, I know there are other positions. 174K. That's a lot of money, man. Like, what are we talking about? Members of Congress, House of Representatives, you make a lot of money, all right? No, it's not millionaires levels of money. And yes, with big money supporting you, you can make way more money. But, like, why are we pretending these aren't good paying jobs? I don't... As much as I want to believe giving a bigger salary to politicians would fix it, I don't think it would fix it. Let's keep going. Make it great again and again and again. Look, I get it wasn't good in America, but you guys know there's almost no chance Trump is going to make America truly great. Here's the thing. If you measure it by next 4 years, America is guaranteed to do better than the last 4 years because the world economy has been on a resurgence and a recovery in general. In general, before someone argues with me specific countries not recovering, I get it. All right? But in general, America has been on the upturn. So it's almost guaranteed. But if you measured America's progress in the next 4 years to the globe on average, I'm highly doubting it's going to be much better, if at all better. Because the real way for America to do better is working with its neighbors and its trade partners. But the isolationist policies of America is going to make that very hard. You're going to be in a trade war for Canada and Mexico most likely. That is not going to benefit anyone. So I believe the economic upturn will make America better than it is now, but it will not be what it could be because we'll be busy having a trade war. Let's see. The deep state run media is abusively biased. Okay. All I had to do was add accountability to their actions and things would fix itself pretty fast. Oh yeah. But, you know, accountability for actions would mean Trump wouldn't even be president. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. You should not be able to be president after you became a criminal. Isn't the definition of him being president that there is no accountability? Which I'm fine with. Again, I'm Canadian. I'm not going to take this personally. But no, there's no accountability for politicians. Him becoming president is the definition of no accountability. The people didn't even care, by the way. They voted him in again. You should judge him on his first term. And based on that judgment, American populace turned him down for a second term. Only for some reason to take him again. That doesn't make any sense. If he can't be president, why do we allow our criminals to walk away free too? You know, that's a good question. I think the answer is just there's no accountability in America. Like, accountability in America is generally lacking anyways. That's my perspective as a Canadian. You can tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. But I really think Americans in general don't really know what accountability is. Again, this is not a hate speech or anti-Americanism for me or something, but you know what? I think most of the world doesn't even know what accountability is. If you hold yourself accountable for your actions, that's not really something people do. So yeah, it's not against Trump or Americans in general. I think the world is like this in general. Some other fun facts. The US president gets a salary of $400,000 a year. Trump's campaign raised and spent nearly $450 million. Numbers don't make sense. Yeah, but it's... Again, when you have big money in politics, it's not about the money you make. It's about the money... Well, it's not about the money you can make as president. It's about the money. It's about what the money can lead you to. Because if you listen to the big money corporations that got you in power, you'll get far more after the fact. Presidents are incredibly well looked after because they get Secret Service for the rest of their lives. And then, of course, usually these big corporations thank their former presidents and whatnot by paying them extravagant fees to make some speeches. So they get paid back for their services for these corporations at the end of their presidencies. I don't know if they can pay enough to make things work. Trump received over $20 million in inauguration gifts. Is that true? That's a lot. So yeah, like, no, let's be frank here. His salary doesn't matter. He's gonna make way more money from way other things. What did Trump do to you? Where did he touch you? As a Canadian, Trump's been fucking us forever now, so he's gonna keep doing that. Remember, we're about to have a trade war. That's all Canada talks about right now, is trade war. I think the deal that Panama can take it, but they can't let other opposing nations operate, control it. I think so. Now that China is there, the U.S. want it back. Yeah, I don't think China owns the Panama Canal, but I think in his mind, that's them owning it. Work of China, that's a very generous phrase on China how it's treated African countries. Source. I could literally show you a video on African representatives talking about why they don't work with America, because they don't want to be told what to do by America. The problem is that a lot of these Chinese companies are heavily influenced by the Chinese Communist Party, which communism is what Americans fear the most. What the fuck are you on about? What the fuck are you on? Guys, do you fear, of all the things you fear in your lives, do you fear communism the most? Come the fuck on. It's 2025. Oh no, you go to bed fearing a billion communists across the world. Come on, man. What the fuck are you talking about? No, Americans don't fear communism the most. You have other things to worry about. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? Americans don't fear... Let's just Google this. Do Americans fear communism? I mean, the question here is, why was the US so afraid? How did Americans show their fear of communism? Dude, the Red Scare was 1949. Who are you referring to? Americans aren't afraid of communism. Are you guys afraid of communism? Dude, it's just an ideology. You should not be scared. You realize if Americans are actually scared of communism, that's really fucking sad. Like, you do not have to agree with people on every single thing. But why would you fear what they believe in, what they want to do? What does it have to... Okay, so they're under a communist regime. Why would you be afraid of it? That doesn't make any sense. That's like saying, I'm afraid of Christians because I'm not a Christian. Like, what? Like, you don't have to see eye to eye on these things, but why would you be afraid? Our tech is not even there to populate the moon, much less Mars. Yeah, I know. We're not even close to that. What does going to Mars have to do with America first? I have no idea, but I think he did that for Elon, because SpaceX stocks just went up. Him simply saying that will boost the stocks. Can you say Taiwan is a country now? Taiwan is a country. But depending on where you are in the world, it may not be a country, because some countries swear off Taiwan. Communism is America's enemy. Dude, are you like 70 years old? What is wrong with you? The Cold War has ended. Seriously, chat. Is there anyone here who's actually scared of communism? What the fuck? What is wrong with you guys? Like, I hope people know this fact, but no other country has traveled more distance to wage wars than America. China is not out here invading every country. People say they could. Yes, they could do lots of things, but they haven't. Why do we keep... I don't know. All right, I'm going to get off this topic. Yeah, they could invade Taiwan. They could go into South Korea. They could take over Japan. They could. They haven't. Like, why are we faulting and being terrified of a country that hasn't done any of these things? Before someone says, well, they fought in Vietnam, they fought in North Korea. Yeah, so did America. Like, if you're just if there's any level of common sense and fairness, you would recognize this doesn't make sense. I could get in my car today and drive off the road and run into 10 pedestrians and then smash my car into orphanage and it blows up and it sends all those kids to heaven. That could happen. I'm not going to do it. Like, you don't fault people for what could happen. You fault for them for what happened. Anyways, whatever. This is stupid. But yeah, should you just remove everyone's access to a vehicle because they can crash? How is Hong Kong? Is it a part of China now? Has it not been a part of China since the handover? When the British Empire's 100-year lease ended on Hong Kong, they handed it back to China. That was the stipulation. China literally has drones around our country. All right, well, Zeno, you're literally being crazy right now, and Mono has redeemed time you out, so I'm just gonna do that. Do you know how big America is? Why are you saying they have drones around America? What are you on? Oh yeah, and the US literally spies on every country in the world. Fun fact, the US spies on itself. Shouts to Edward Snowden, stuck in Russia because he's getting punished for American overstepping on privacy. Shouts to that man paying for all the sins, even though he did not sin. He did the right thing, but whatever, man. America doesn't have any enemies except our own ignorance. We waste so much money on stupid shit like sports gambling. Well, that's what I think. Do you actually think countries are legitimately trying to topple the American government? Like, they state it as their goals, but are they actually doing these things? Like, most countries have way, way more pressing matters to do. Like, do you actually believe North Korea will take down America or something? Like, come on. Like, they state this is their policy and this is what they'll do, but do you actually fear them? Do you actually believe they'll actually ever be capable of doing anything? Come on. China, Russia, and North Korea wishes they could topple the US. I don't even know if China actually wants to do that. I don't even know if Russia actually wants to do that. Now, North Korea says they want to do that, but I truly do not believe any of these countries. Like, how? They have not acted in a manner which could possibly make that happen in any realistic time frame. But Could it be possible? Yes. But that's the thing I hate most about the world, when people work on the possibility of something and they let that possibility dictate everything they do, even when that possibility is so near impossible. Yeah, you have way bigger problems. Like, why are people worried about these things? You know, people are struggling to pay rent, buy groceries, and you're gonna dump all your money, like, make America's military the biggest in the world, so much so that it never has to fear war. Like, do you realize how much money that will take? I'm just saying, like, you could pay for everyone's education, Medicare for everybody, social services, welfare. You could handle all those things, update the infrastructure of America for the price of making America's military so powerful that it doesn't have to work. Like, you could do so many things for the average citizen rather than being afraid and doing these crazy scenarios, which, by the way, America's military spending is by far #1 anyways. Like, you're not going to fight a war. But let's keep going with these fear-mongerings and keep acting on that when literally there are far more important things to worry about. Russia after this L, Ukraine is out of the game. Well, they're winning Ukraine, but no, I don't think Russia is going to be invading Europe after Ukraine. I don't even know why people are saying stuff like that. If they win the war in Ukraine, they're not going to fight another war for decades to come. And that's all you really need. Because Putin has been a very difficult leader for the world to deal with, but you think he'll still be there in 20 years? No. Like, sign that armistice. Oh my gosh. Have peace. Then kick that can down the street, and then let the next world leaders deal with it. Because I highly doubt whoever's after Putin is going to be war hungry as well. But yeah, there's always a chance, I guess. Hong Kong and Macau will be part of mainland China in 2047 and 2049. Rex, are you referring to their special administration zones going away and then they'll be merging formally? Is that what you're talking about? If they could push a button to have it happen with zero cost, they would. Yeah, they would, but a lot of countries would do it. Ah, interesting. So once the special administration zone ends, they're no longer self-governing and they will be formally taking orders from mainland China. Okay, that's interesting that you brought that up. Yeah, wow. That's very generous to begin with because, oh my gosh, Elon's so hyped about this. That's very generous for China to do. They're easing them back into, direct administration. Alright, am I done catching up? So you think communism is a good thing? No! Hold on. I don't think a completely unfettered market is a good thing. That's when you have sweatshops everywhere. That's when you have... You guys hear all the controversies of America? With Amazon in America, right? Like, no breaks at all. So people are peeing in bottles. Like, some of that sounds so insane until you realize, oh wait, it's true. But that's already in, like, a first world nation. If you think anything at its extreme would be bad. So, if you're thinking about communism at its extreme, yeah, that's bad. But so is a free market at its extreme. A free market at its extreme with zero limitations, right? No stipulations, no restrictions. It would just be a human right abuse after human right abuse, illegal chemicals being used. Like, it would not be a good idea either way. But that's the point. Anything at its extreme is bad. It's why politically I'm in the center as a liberal. Because any one side at its extreme would ruin everything anyways. China's Africa's biggest bilateral lender. Yes. The money isn't free, Mono. But so what, they lent money? Do you have to explain to you what the purpose of loans are? You loan money so you can earn on it. It's not free. Or Vladimir Putin maybe get it going out of a bang with a very big bang like nukes. I don't know if you're trolling me. If Putin wanted to nuke the world, he's had various instances where he could have gone so and done so. American liberals say you're on the right. That's right. If you're in this, there's no such thing as liberals in America. You're just on the right. You need to take a political test? Oh, that would be fun on stream sometime. Alright, am I caught up? Other people did vote for him. My black ass did not vote for him. By the way, again, I'm Canadian. I don't care which side you voted for. He's not my president. So I won't take anything personally. America's a funny place. Schrodinger's country? Schrodinger's country? What does that mean? Alright, I think I'm fully caught up. The communism devil is more powerful than the gun devil. I need to catch one chainsaw, man. Like, at this point, the countries want to be left alone. They want to deal with other countries' squabbles. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Good take. Alright, I'm caught up. The center right and super right and the Dems hate their party, yes. China's the richest country in the world, but they take the most free money from the World Bank. What does that mean? In terms of GDP, they are, but by per capita, they are not. It's America first by per capita. Was lazy and drunk, forgot to vote. Can I mention this, guys? American voting rate. Can I bring this up, guys? About 2/3 of the voting eligible population turned out for the 2020 election, the highest for any national election since 1900s. The 2018 election, 49% turnout, the highest rate for midterm since 1914. Even in 2022's election turnout, with a slightly lower rate of 46% exceeded that of a midterm. What am I trying to get across? Do Americans actually care about democracy? Generally speaking, over half of Americans do not vote. Seriously. Do you guys even care about democracy? Then you might say, well, I don't have to vote to take part in democracy. No, that's actually not true. Even if you think your party's going to win, by not voting, you did not take part in democracy. It's just hilarious to me when people bring up, like, this is the freest country in the world, and yet people use that freedom to just not vote. You want to know what country also has freedoms? Which has the freedom of not voting? That's called North Korea, for example. You're not voting there. Like, I'm genuinely, like, confused whenever I see turnout rates this low. It's crazy to me. How can you spew that you're the greatest democracy in the world when, one, you're a republic, and two, half your people don't even vote? That's crazy. US isn't even a democracy, it's a republic. Yeah, but I'm not the one repeating this. Your politicians keep saying this is the greatest democracy in the world. I guess we go to news. Like, I remember both Harris and Trump were saying this. Yeah. Harris's speech where she declared this is the greatest democracy in the world. But I'm pretty sure Trump also did that, so. By the way, in terms of the most democratic countries in the world's biggest democracies by population, India is number 1. Do we really see India as a democracy? On paper, they're a democracy, but they're not really a democracy. It's more like a ruling family that keeps getting voted in year after year. I'm not even really sure that's democracy. Huh. I know it's a national election. I'm gonna look it up. Rather than rely on the activist network, Yeah, there's a lot of ethnic tensions. That's why they had their populations. That's why they split apart. Concept of democracy. Is India an autocracy? Exactly. If you look this stuff up, I don't really even know if India is really a democracy. Jesus, dude. I'm gonna ask you really quickly, Zeno, before we proceed. Are you a fair person? Are you capable of looking things from the other perspective? Have you guys ever seen the rhetoric America uses against Russia, against China? When you point out that China's antagonistic towards America, what is your rhetoric? Oh, that's right. It's also antagonistic. So what are you looking for? If someone... It's... Sure. Anyways. I'm gonna take a quick washroom break. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, like, what do you... If you punch someone... and they punched you back... whose fault is it? You can't go cry and say it's their fault. You can't use this as evidence. What do you think Americans have been saying about China? Obviously, they'll say the same thing back. It's antagonistic both ways. You cannot only take it one way. You have to be reasonable here. You have to look at it from both sides. That is not proof of anything. Have you not ever listened to any American foreign policy speeches at all? They always outlist their enemies. Come on, man. Sang's taking the bait and doesn't even know it. What bait? I am literally telling you to be reasonable and to use your common sense. You can't... Whatever. It's funny that people who joined Red Note keep getting asked to do things as propaganda, and they are like, no, it's true. Yeah, like, do you guys not realize that you have been falling for propaganda? It's so weird to me when people of a country can't see their own propaganda, and then they see everything in another country as propaganda. That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, I'm gonna go grab my water. I'll be right back. Stop. Please stop. Please be fair. See things from both ways. This isn't anti-America or anti-China. No, this is... Please use common sense. if you haven't figured it out yet, every country in the world is trying to get their citizens to back their initiatives, their plans, their actions. There's nothing special about it. Stop thinking you're the good guys, because you're not. No one is. That's probably the issue in the world, where people believe they're the good guys and that they can do no wrong, which is silly. And so, okay, so Canadians get news from outside the US. Yes, we get different news. Yes, we do get different news. I don't expect a liberal and a socialist like you to understand anyways. Wow. Dude, I'll watch that video for you, but I already know there's no point.
Great. I think I got it, but just in case, tell me the whole thing again. I wasn't listening.
The video's a parody. It isn't even serious. Zeno, let me ask you really quickly. Are you a reasonable person? Yes or no? Even a drunk like Nudos, outside of USA, USA bad. In USA, USA good. Congratulations. That's usually how the world works. In your country, everyone thinks you're the good guys. And that's why what you do is everything's correct. That's how it works for every country. Yes, I'm willing to listen to the other side. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're absolutely not. You just wrote me off because I'm a liberal and a socialist, is what you said. No, you're not. You're not remotely reasonable. I am saying to you, hey, are you capable of looking things from the other perspective? And you wrote me off because I was talking about the other perspective. Do you know Leaflet? Yes, I know Leaflet. Why are you taking this guy seriously? You're right. You're right. What are we doing here? Okay, then I'm not. What's your effing point then? Okay. If you're not able to look at things from the other perspective, all you really want are people to take your own perspective. I'm not sure if you realize this, but only being around people who think exactly the same as you is not good for you or anyone else. But it seems like people are obsessed with being in an echo chamber. Yeah. If it makes you comfortable, sure. Be told the same things, say the same things, everyone believes the same things. Great. It's not better for you. I could explain all this, but really, what's the point? We need people with swords to do their jobs. Yeah, if we had a mod here, they probably would have banned Xeno by now. Nowadays, everybody sticks with people that think exactly like that. That's exactly how American politics is. Oh my god. Have you not been paying attention? Newsflash. That's exactly the reason why American politics doesn't work. Because people only care about their own opinions. And they only care about sticking with people with their opinions. That's why it doesn't work. You have to work with other people. That's the only way forward. Oh god. The vast majority of Americans are not extreme left or right. Most people are in the center and flip-flop. Is that actually true? Is that actually true? American centrists. Where do I get to see this? Is there a center in American politics? Where are you getting source? Give me the source on this. I've never seen this before. From my perspective, again, I'm Canadian. From my perspective, it looks like most Americans are firmly left or firmly right. And they predominantly vote for one party. There is none. Everyone disagrees on something. No big deal. Just like no one gets along with everyone and life isn't fair. Tough shit. We have our own problems and challenges to deal out in life. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Absolutely. An independent is not a centrist. Zeno, I know if we ban you tonight, you're gonna just label this as, I don't know, me being a liberal or whatever the fuck. I don't even understand what you're going about. I really hope, generally speaking, people have the consciousness to look at their own actions and to take responsibility for their own actions. But I'm afraid that's not really that's not really a thing you can expect from people, right? Thanks, Mono. U.S. political ideologists steady conservatives, moderates tie. When is this from? January 17, 2022. That's relatively recent. Conservatives and moderates still tied as largest ideological groups, but conservatives are far right. Liberals remain the smallest group at 25%. Republicans and Democrats' ideological identification unchanged. On average, last year, 37% of Americans described their political views as moderate, but it's not the majority. 36% are conservative and 25% are liberal. And this is a study of how many people? Annual averages multi-day national telephone surveys. 12,000 American adults. Long-term, American political ideology hasn't varied greatly, but moderates were generally the lead group by a slight margin in most years from 1992 to 1998. Between 1992 and 2008, moderates and conservatives were about evenly matched. But that's the rise of conservatism, and that's really been happening in general on the world. In the unique period from 2009 to 2014, the first 6 years of Barack Obama, conservatives held a slight edge. It's funny how much people hated Obama during his presidency, only to reflect on that and recognize it was probably the best they've had in recent memory. More broadly, the percentage of Americans identifying as moderate has edged down from over 40% in the early 1990s to closer to 35% over the past decade. But this is saying it's been dropping. At the same time, the percentage identifying as liberals has increased from 70% in 1992 to 25% in recent years, while the percentage of conservatives has fairly been flat at 38%. So the measure is American political ideology by asking survey response whether the views are very conservative, conservative, moderate, liberal, or very liberal. Wait. No, actually that's fine. That's not much of a change. half of Democrats still identify as liberals. Why do you keep highlighting messages, dude? Jesus Christ. You know, it's unvariable. It's only 100 for you because you're never here. And probably after tonight, you'll never be here again, so that's fine, I guess. To explain your question, centrists are people in the middle. So on some policies, they go left. On some policies, they go right. But they are not generally skewing towards one direction. Independents remain more moderate than conservatives or liberals. That makes sense. Otherwise, they wouldn't be independents. Before turning a bit more conservative during the early to mid-Obama years. Huh. Republicans predominantly conservative. You know, I always find that really interesting. You can... I kind of laugh when you hear, like, I've heard Republicans describe their ideology, and their ideology doesn't line up with their parties at all. It turns out they identify truly as a Democrat, but they vote Republican. It's because people don't really know what their party stands for. Actually, I don't think they know what they stand for either, to be honest. So it's always hilarious when you hear people identify as a Republican, but then because they've been raised up in a Republican community or family or whatnot, but their political views personally are literally entirely opposites, but they'll keep voting for the same party. It's kind of hilarious. I gotta fix that. Some people don't vote, wing it, yeah. It's a Gallup poll, so I trust it. Yeah. Obama sucked. Who was an actual good president for any Americans here in your lifetime? I don't want to hear what you read from history books, because that's not the same thing. It's easy to say the best thing ever is something you never experienced yourself, because you never experienced it yourself. Stringer's political views, you're both not a left and not a right. George Washington, I was there. Okay, I believe you. Okay. Okay, that's an interesting, it's interesting. So, moderates in America... sorry, for Republicans, this makes sense. This is what I was talking about. Like, the 8 to 4% liberals that are part of the Republican Party is insane. Like, what does that even mean? How can you be a Republican if you're a liberal? But that's, you know, that's how it works. People identify parties even though it's a complete opposite of what they actually identify with. Political ideology for moderates and independent is obviously... moderates obviously the highest. That makes sense. That makes the most sense. Otherwise, they would have picked a party. And then Democrats are mostly liberal, which makes sense. So this, generally speaking, makes sense. Actually, the conservative Democrat makes very little sense, but all right, sure. Yeah, very interesting for you to point this out. So yes, Americans generally are moderate to conservative, with and then the liberals are the minority. But liberalism has been increasing, is what it looks like, with a slight drop-off up until 2021. You listened to me about this. I was expected to be blown off. Why? I only blow people off if they don't give me sources, which should be the right thing to do. You've heard and seen a lot of crazy opinions tonight. If you provide a source, and it's a real source, I will give it a time of day. I'm not someone who fights reality. Which, by the way, Please never fight reality. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna grab some water, I'll be right back. Zeno. Robert F. Kennedy was not president. The question was, who was actually the best president for you guys? And, okay, anyways. I do want to point this out, though. Even though you guys said Obama sucks, I want to point this out. You guys hate everybody. Joe Biden's highest approval rating was 57%. His lowest approval rating was 36%. If you had a 57% on a test, would you consider that a good grade? No, you wouldn't. Donald Trump's highest approval rating was 49%. His lowest approval rating was 34%. Again, not good at all. If you consider Obama as sucking ass, I'm sorry to tell you this, but per your polls, he actually was one of the most successful presidents. George W. Bush, I would not count the 90. Why? This was after 9/11, he declared war. America was in a fervor at the time. Generally speaking, he was not popular. But, yeah, I guess. Bill Clinton was generally actually popular. George H.W. Bush, actually popular. But again, I was talking about in your lifetimes, and I would presume most of you guys were not alive during these things. But we're looking at highest approval ratings. Generally speaking, 29%, 37%. What I'm trying to get across is, you hate all your politicians. You hate all your presidents. In fact, liking your president, generally speaking, puts you in the minority. I was lying to the idea of liberals leaning towards Republicans. The fuck are you on? Robert F. Kennedy's not a liberal. Wait, are you talking about Junior? The literal Robert F. Kennedy is not endorsing Trump because he's dead. You're talking about RFK Jr. He's not a liberal. Where did you get this from? He has campaigned as an independent, hawking a mind-bending brand of left and right-wing politics, largely liberal on issues like abortion. That does not mean you're liberal on everything, while endorsing libertarian free market solutions on the environment and peddling conspiracy theories on vaccines. Is this your idea of a liberal? Unlike many other politicians who ultimately need to fall in line with either Democrats or Republicans, Kennedy's both dependent on his own cult following of anti-vaxxers, environmentalists, and independent that he has lots of cash and doesn't have to be accountable to anyone. So what are his views? They're a mixed bag. He has threatened to repeal Biden's signature climate legislation, which is for a transition to a green economy, calling for a market-led approach. How is this liberalism? A stance close to Trump's own on the environment. These are conservative stances. On immigration, he supports Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. Again, that's conservatism, a policy that Biden is trying to end. He's calling for the use of technology such as cameras and defectors. Again, where are you getting this liberalism from? They pitch themselves anti-war candidate opposing aid to Ukraine. Again, that's conservatism. Actually, American conservatism probably is pro-war, to be honest. I'm not sure anymore. I'm not sure, by definition, if it's a truly conservative government, they would avoid being pro-military. But I guess in America, conservatism is pro-military. I don't see a single liberal stance of his here. Where did you... Whatever. Oh, whatever, man. It's not mixed. What part of this is... What part of this is mixed? On the proxy war of Russia, echoing a position taken by sections of the conservative right. None of his views are liberal. What? What is one liberal view that that Kennedy has taken? What are you? Okay, whatever. Look, everyone thinks they know something, and they often don't. That includes me, but that definitely includes you. Okay, I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Yeah, like this is far right, center right. It's just right. That's not liberalism. I think you fell for the idea that he ran as a Democrat. Fun fact, Trump was also a Democrat. But that doesn't mean your values match your party's values at all. As I pointed out earlier, when we saw the Gallup poll by that model sent over, about 20% of Democratic voters have conservative views, which makes no sense. Likewise, 4% of Republican viewers have liberal views, which makes no sense because your party doesn't stand with these things at all, but that's how people work. So he probably ran under Democrats because of lineage reasons, right? But he's not actually a Democrat. That's why he never could possibly succeed in his own party and have a chance of presidency, because he doesn't actually represent anything that Democrats represent. Anyways, I'm gonna grab my water. Abortion is liberal? I'm so sorry. In most places in the world, abortion is a generally accepted thing. It would not be associated with left or right. It would just be associated with common decency. But I know in America, this is a left versus right kind of viewpoint, even though in most places in the world, it's not up for dispute. But sure. I can understand why an American would view that as liberal. Alright, I'm back. I'm just saying that Shin is the best Nikki player in Night Night, or whatever the union's called. Do you not even know our union's name? Dude, the highlight of my messages is supposed to be used... Oh god, I'm gonna turn that shit off. It is not supposed to be abused for 100 points like you've been doing. And honestly, does it even matter? I'm not even gonna see you after today. you show up like once in a blue moon and that's it, so it doesn't even matter. It is not supposed to be 100 points. The reason why it's so low is because it's a smart point. It's a smart cost thing. All right. I don't really think most people care about others being gay anymore. It's just the genders and pronouns make people think they're in a fantasy novel. It's time to come back to Earth. I honestly don't even understand that stuff personally. I don't know about you guys. I don't think about gender, age. I don't think about that stuff in general. When I speak to someone, I'm not going to be thinking about their political affiliation, their religion. I don't think about any of that stuff. But when people go out of their way to make sure you know these things, I always think it's just so weird. Why do I have to know these things to like converse and interact with you is what I think. But yeah, whatever. It's fine. Bro, if you don't look it up, what? Look what up? Dems try to become Republicans this voting cycle, Lamau. Yeah, I think so. I think the Democrats are pushed way too far in their agendas for acceptance of these fictitious genders and tolerances of behavior that they exhibited. If you're talking about Democrats alienating their own party over the last election, they absolutely did. So many Democratic candidates portrayed themselves as Republicans, essentially, which confused their base, which was really stupid. But in their eyes, they were going to win more people over, but they didn't. And all they did was alienate their own base, so that's what they did. How willing are you to listen to other people's opinions? Have I not listened to other people's opinions? You don't see the difference here, do you? Because, you know, there's a difference between... Like, you guys as the chat, you can see the issue here, right? It's not just me. There's a difference between seeing someone's opinion where it's backed up correctly, it's sourced correctly. There's a difference between open-mindedness.
Because human relationships are based on trust. And nowadays, people just don't trust in those with different opinions. That's why they prove others' political stances to know if they are trustworthy.
That's fucking stupid. I don't need to know about your race, your age, your political affiliation to trust you. I don't need to know about your culture, religion, anything. It doesn't matter. Why does trust have to be within people who are like you? That doesn't make any sense. Not if you permaban me. That's not how it works. Dude, you realize even if I don't ban you, I will see you, what, twice a year? What is the difference between twice a year and 0? And frankly, I've tried to entertain you on these things, only for you to write me off as a liberal. I won't see your side of the views because I'm a liberal. I see your side of views. And I'm telling you, it's incorrect to think this way and to look at things this way. You cannot remove fairness from the equation and just say it's okay for me to do something that you wouldn't do. Ugh, whatever. There's no point in explaining this. Yeah, if you say so. Well, look, he gave me this thing about Robert F. Kennedy. I looked it up. I took his side on it. The only thing I have not done is his video on China's rhetoric on America. And the reason why I don't do that is because it goes both ways. Which is why there's no point in that. Just like I won't show you a video on America's foreign policy where they clearly outline their enemies. Like, that's how this country talks. Zeno's here more often than you think. He is not more often. What are you talking about? In my eyes, there's no difference in this. Dude, do you see how many, like, 100... How many highlight my messages he's redeemed tonight? If he was here, every single time he's been here, he's redeemed his message. Even when Trump becomes president, the right still has this us against them mentality. Yeah. And I'm saying this is not true. Alright, are we done with this stuff? I think we're good at moving on, right? You know, recently... Time to watch Automaster now, right? No. I would argue it's the same thing for the left. Then argue it. Where's their sources? They also think like that. How? Who? What? Where? When? The worst part with having any of these discussions is when there's a mythical, unknown individual out there who does all these things that you can never specify who they are, but they have done these things that have wronged everybody. This is the worst part of, like, having these discussions, when you have to worry about this mythical being out there who may or may not exist. You don't watch politics. How would you understand? Jesus Christ, dude. I don't watch politics, and therefore I won't understand. How stupid are you? Why would I need to watch politics to understand? I literally went in university as my elective. I took political science. Why would I need to watch politics to understand when I can just watch what it is and understand? What is so complicated? Why do you have to watch someone's videos on this shit to understand what they're saying? I can just watch it and understand what they're saying. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Alright, yeah, we should just ban Xeno. What am I talking about? Well, this is a waste of time. I listen to individual radio stations instead. Radio stations are all biased. They take one side and one side only. You're not listening to the news. You're not even getting a fair scope and view of things. You're getting one view of it, and that's all you care about, which is what all night you have proven. You have one view and one view only, and you're not going to take anything else but your view. Oh my god. Let's just get this over with. I take it we're done then. It's not the fact that we disagree. It's fine to disagree. It's the fact that he literally tells me I have no idea what I'm talking about. Jesus Christ, dude. It's fine to disagree, but when you write the other individual off, that's when you're going overboard. Banning his freedom of speech? What freedom of speech? Alright, let's make a thumbnail. By the way, I didn't tell you guys this. This is not the first time Xeno's done this shit. Xeno will take a position that is not based in logic, rationality, or proof, or facts. And he's done this many times before. Many years ago, we had a discussion where he kept insisting the Switch was a very powerful console. And we, like, trolled him the entire stream. I'm not even kidding. Like, the last one alone in the game, it was him. The last one to... oh, was it too high up? Oh, it was. The last one alone in the game, it was him. Back when we did Dead by Daylight on stream. And it's not even trolling, because, like, it's the truth. The Switch was an underpowered console. So him loading in last in the game over and over again, disconnecting all that stuff, like, that's just normal stuff, man.
Stop! He's already dead.
But he was so angry at us. He was like, no, the Switch is really powerful. Like, it was like the most childish discussion I've ever had. And you might not remember things he has said, because you weren't there, but I remember the things he said. I repeat, this guy, he said he effing hates me, but he enjoys my content. And I was like, no, that's not true, because you do hate me, and you're never here, so you don't enjoy the content. Which is why I was saying, it's not a difference. Like, why are we pretending that there's a difference in what's going to happen here? Like, maybe we'll see him again, like, one at a time. That's it. Like, it doesn't really matter. I think he's just sensitive. He is. That isn't Golvig. It isn't. Streamer gets to decide who can or cannot talk. Yeah. And Sangs wonders why he doesn't want to stream lately. Well, I didn't want to stream lately because of OBS. I was just tired of it. I really hope Azura wins COL. Yeah, me too. That'd be nice. Guys, I promise you, I will always try to treat you guys fairly. But how do you expect someone to treat you fairly when you insist They have no idea what they're talking about. Again, this dude just had to show me a source. Like hell he was gonna ever do that. Alright, let's see the polls. Where do you even find this artwork? I found it on Dambaroo. The only thing to take away from this is that politics have become poisonous for everyday conversation, lol. It's not poisonous, though. Did I take... Look, we didn't agree on everything tonight because, again, politically standing, I'm a liberal. And I would say most people are not liberals in here. Which is fine. I didn't take an issue with things you guys said, even if you said things that weren't correct. Because at the end of the day, that's fine. Like, even if we disagreed on something, and even if you had a stance that was highly unfair or unreasonable, it was fine. But the only reason I took it more than that is when someone tells you you have no idea what you're saying. Like, when you treat these things as an air of superiority, as in your stance is superior than other people's, that's when it's fucked up. Like, we're all free to disagree with each other. That's fine. But when you're like, I'm right, you're wrong, and that's it. No proof, no facts, just my feelings on something. That's where it's too much. Like, most people aren't crazy enough to do stuff like that. Is important because it constantly affects people's lives, Lamau. Yes, politics is important. You shouldn't shy away from it just because people's feelings can get hurt about it. Like, literally, the definition of toxicity in politics is like, you're a liberal, therefore you won't understand. Where you write the other party off because they're not the same view, they don't have the same viewpoint or the fundamental alignment as you do. That's how to be toxic in politics. Where you just write off the other party because they're not the same. Did you read the article about Hoyoverse? What's going on with Hoyoverse? No, it's 32 degrees in Houston. It's supposed to snow. What the fuck is this? Alright, I do stuff in Celsius. Is 32 degrees enough for snow to show up? Weren't you there a couple years ago when you had that... Where it was so bad in Texas. Like, you had so much snow that your power plants went off and everything. It's 0 Celsius? Okay, I didn't know that. Actually, I should know that. I did know that, actually. Back when I still took physics and chemistry. Okay, then it can snow. You lost Lord Nino's, what? Alright. I'll see how much it snowed when I wake up tomorrow, Clueless. Yeah, show me. I would love to see snow in Texas. Alright, let's make our next portion of the stream. By the way, I want to be clear, I didn't take any issues with anything. Okay, I took issues with one person tonight. But I did not take issues with anyone else outside of Xeno tonight. For the sole and simple purpose of him writing me off. Again, You don't have to accept my opinions, but to simply say you don't know anything because you're a liberal is the definition of being toxic in politics. We're okay. It's okay to disagree. It's literally not okay to write someone off. That's no one else did it but one person. So I would never take it personally until you make it toxic. So any problems with you? No. I take issues with you not watching Outmaster for months. I will do it. I need to be more consistent on streaming though, and I think you know that. Mono has a valid issue, not gonna lie. I know he does. Yeah, it's valid. I really should be streaming more though. That's the thing. Switch 2 talks evolved into toxic political talk. I don't think it's that though. Asking people to be fair is not toxic. Asking people to consider the other side's viewpoints, that shouldn't be toxic. All right, let's make a stream. Most of you guys are mature enough where this isn't a problem, so. Last day for Movica polls. He said Kappa. Imagine not seeing the Kappa. There was a Kappa. I'm working while reading, so sometimes I won't see it, but sometimes the images don't even show up, so you know, with the chat thing I have. I don't care what people said about politics as long as it not specifically hurts people and the way they live or their sexual orientation. I don't even know how it's supposed to hurt people. But yeah, I suppose. Good luck with your polls. Good night, Tura. Like, when you guys say big effing cap, I just see big effing cap. I don't see an emo. Alright, let me set this stuff up. Hold on, sorry. One more political video and then we go. One more political video, then we go. What is this? Oh, shoot, it's Forbes, though. Forbes is very, copyright heavy. What did he sign?
To celebrate my grand return from my vacations, how about me funding another anime party sesh with 5 subs? It would be for the first 3 episodes of Lupin, the 3rd part 5. Sounds good. We can also segue into Idolmaster 2.
You guys want to watch Lupin? I mean, this is my job now, so I need the monies. I don't know which one of these are copyright. I don't do enough political things to know what we can show and what we can't show. I'm gonna... C-SPAN is safe, right? C-SPAN... I think C-SPAN is safe. That's like their entire job. You know, I'll just Google it. Ah. Let's go over this real quick. I'm sorry. I want to know about this real quick. When they cry? I love Higurashi. Honestly, with a reasonable hour. He said loop in the third first. Did my taxes tomorrow and just got 8K, so pretty sad right now. Normally I get 10K. Is that good or bad? Does that mean you made less money or more money? On tax refund. Alright, hold on, chat. Let's do one more thing. Trump pardons nearly... Oh, sorry. Trump pardons nearly 1,600 Capitol riot defendants as he signs first orders of presidency. You know, I respect that. Hold on. Sorry. Trump pardons nearly 1,600 Capitol riot defendants as he signs first orders of presidency. Okay, I really respect that because I always thought it was kind of effed up that he left all those guys. Well, actually, he couldn't do anything because he was going to lose his presidential powers soon, and he doesn't even know who was going to be charged or whatnot for the Capitol riots. By the way, the Capitol riots, what does that even count as in America? Like, it's a riot, obviously. But was that not an attempt to take over the government? I don't know. Again, I'm Canadian. I don't know what Americans view this as. But no, I'm glad he looked... Okay, it's kind of effed up he did that. That is literally trying to steal democracy. Steal a win. But he did promise all those people that they wouldn't be charged for it. And now that he's president, he saw it through and he he took away all the wrongs they did, essentially. A presidential pardon on day one? Is that really a thing you can do? It's kind of crazy. Anyways. Nearly 1,600 pardons in connection with the Capitol riots on January 6, 2021. Many are expected to be released within hours. Crazy that he's already done this. Okay, what's more? He says the U.S. will rapidly ramp up extraction of liquid gold under the audience's feet, referring to oil. He talks about definition and gender and pledges to increase the strength of the military. That was part of his inauguration speech, which we already know. He speaks to the Liberty Ball. Yeah. They dance inaugural ball. Does anyone think Melania actually loves Trump? They do not act like a loving couple, is what I want to point out. Not that it really matters. Someone's personal life is their personal life.
He pardoned them before pardoning himself. Truly selfless and generous Ninsmug and wholesome Ninsai.
I thought you can't pardon yourself. I thought that was a rule. What is Kamala Harris up to? Hopefully nothing. I'm pretty sure... I'm not so sure about you guys, but in Canada, when you run for Prime Minister and you don't make it, you don't ever get a second chance. I've never seen anyone get a second chance. Usually when you lose your chance, you step into the background and you let someone else take over. So that's why I'm going to say hopefully nothing. Because she had her chance and she clearly did not win the American people's vote. Then again, Trump did it. He lost the election and then he won. But that's not the norm. Usha Vance's fashion choices over the past few days have marked an altogether more high fashion tone for the lawyer and now second lady who had previously kept her style relatively inconspicuous. I don't know how Vance married this woman, but she seems way too good for him. Though, speaking of which, I do think Vance is not what he appears to be. He clearly seems like a man who knows how to play both sides of the agenda, of the books, of the coin. That's a proper terminology. Remember, he was an anti-Trumpist, a never-Trumpist, and then he's now vice president, so... I mean, you can't really call anything down on him because he made the right calls at the end of the day. Melania Trump still looks like a supermodel, so that's fine. Trump's speech ends with cake. Alright, let's go for cake. Cutting a large cake with a sword. And then J.D. Vance also cut the cake with a sword and joked, the Secret Service are getting very nervous right now. All right. Vance's jokes still suck, but that's normal. How's Kim Jong-un doing, says Trump. Speaking to U.S. military members based in South Korea through a video call on stage, Trump asked everyone how everybody are doing over there and how's Kim Jong-un doing. His jokes met with some laughter from the crowd. Okay. Defeating America's enemies is the main focus of Trump. So who is America's enemies? Because if it's actually Russia, if it's actually China, that's World War III. And you're not at war right now. During his speech at the Commander-in-Chief Ball, Trump said a big part of the reason he won the election was his relationship with the military. But you're not at war. I have to tell you, with the military, we really won. Under the leadership of Pete Hegseth, was set to be the next defense secretary, this country will again have the most powerful military the world has ever seen. You already have the most powerful military the world has ever seen. We're gonna have a nice Iron Dome. Why? Like, Canada's not invading. Mexico's not invading. There's only one focus, defeating America's enemies. We're not going to be defeated. We're not going to be humiliated. We're only going to win, win, win. Who the hell is he referring to? Like, if you're Russia, if you're China, if you're North Korea, if you're Iran, like, what do you think he's referring to? It's such a hostile message. Because it's not talking about defending America. It's talking about winning. What does that even mean? Talking about defeating America's enemies. Sure. Listen, I'm not anti-America. I'm just saying let's try to not start World War III and let's, for the most part, try to work together for humanity, unifying so we don't have conflicts like these. Military will be so strong we don't have to use it. Alright. What happened to all the other stuff that he was supposed to be doing? There are anti-Trump protests. Okay. Seoul reacts after Trump calls North Korea new. South Korea has responded to Trump's remarks. Reuters report saying that denuclearization of the northern neighbor must remain a goal. I like how allies of America have to sweat a bit. Stock market's cautious as Trump signals new tariffs. Yeah, that's kind of scary. The stock market would be like exploding right now if he didn't make it clear that we'd be having trade wars. Exploding for the better. Repeals power to sanction West Bank settlers. Oh shit. 78 Biden-era executive actions as one of his first acts as president. Wow. Signed on February 1st last year, which gave the government the power to sanction any foreign national who's attempt to attack, intimidate, or seize property of Palestinians in West Bank. High levels of extreme missettlers violence in the West Bank reached intolerable levels. Wow. Wow. That is not what I thought was going to happen. Okay, anyways, I think that's it. They keep talking about the wall. Oh, here. What actions has Trump's taken? Sorry, I'll make it easier to see. My head's covered kind of bit. Brief roundup. Establishing Department of Government Efficiency, whatever that means. But he did talk about making this like Elon, right? Which is not an official government department. Defending women from gender ideology and restoring biological truth to the federal government. I mean, I don't want to get myself in trouble, but like, can you really disagree here? Biologically, there are only two genders. And I think he intends to make that the only case. So, can't really disagree with that from the respect of... I mean, people can identify as whatever they want, but like, if we're talking about biologically, sure. Beginning the process of withdrawing from the World Health Organization. I'm not sure about that one, but alright. Declare a national emergency on U.S.'s southern border. I'm also not sure about that one, but... Like, there is a problem there, but national emergency should be used for extreme actions. In most countries, that would lead to some really huge ramifications. to declare national emergencies when it's not like completely immediate, but all right. An action Trump has said will temporarily prevent a ban on TikTok coming into force, and that's already happened. TikTok's back online. Pardoning those involved in the January 6th rioters, he has done that. Holding former government officials accountable for election interference. But I thought... Okay. I thought we were all in agreement that the last election was fair. Pardoning the January 6th Capitol rioters. I thought this was the same thing. It was actually published on the White House website. We're working hard to bring you more details. All right, cool. Head of immigration courts fired after Trump takes office. All right. Anyways, I think we're done. He incited a coup. Yeah. Is he going after the people who did not fall in line? That's crazy. Are we going to do an Idolmaster watch party tonight? No, not tonight. He released a crypto coin for his inauguration. I don't know how any of that is legal. He's literally making money off of being a president. Like, not making money off his salary, like making money off his powers as a president, using the trust of the presidency to make money. That seems crazy to me, but big money is in politics, so I guess that's fair. Science is a thing. They're only males and females. Don't expect people to call you a specific thing like Elf Lord when you meet them. So watch party tonight? Do you wanna? I wanna go to bed on time and make videos. They mean it's a social construct. Yeah, I agree. It is a social construct. The Tonkin Gulf incident was the critical event that led to dramatic increase of U.S. presence in Vietnam. Whoa.
Hey, I'll go AFK for a moment to prepare some dinner. In case I don't make it in time for the end of this segment, I have already sent you the links to the Lupin episodes via Discord DMs so that you can start on time. If we're doing them tonight,
why we're doing them tonight?
You might need to VPN into United States to watch them.
I would schedule this if we're doing it. Look at you. Sorry, I was reading stuff. Why do you want to do Idolmaster tonight? I didn't even know you were a big fan of Idolmaster. Hey, Subaru. They would rather set the world on fire than work with China. It wasn't a coup. It was just people took things too far. Nobody with weapons actively attacked the Capitol. You can't call that peaceful. People died. Okay, maybe it is too far to call a coup, but just calling that a riot wouldn't be accurate. Like, that's not accurate to just call it a riot, I would say. It's not just another riot, though. We can't... The Capitol Hill riots is not just another riot. It would be highly disingenuous to just say it's another riot. Saying always lies. What am I lying about? How much for the Idolmaster part? I don't know, man. How many episodes do you want to watch? It's better than watching politics all night. Noodles. Why do you put up with me? You clearly hate this political talk, but you're still here. Why do you put up with me? I appreciate it, dude. In the future, I do want to cover more politics. Like the last days of Canada. I want to cover the last days of Canada, man. Stay drunk, alright, my guy. I would say we're mature enough here, right, to accept each other's opinions. I would never write any of you guys off. Unless you do it to me first, then that's different. I'm of the mindset that if you punch someone and they punch you back, it was fair. But I would never write you guys off, especially if you take the time to prove your points. But yeah, Also, coup or not a coup is just wordplay. It literally doesn't matter. I mean, that's accurate. It doesn't matter. Just because we have different ways of calling something doesn't change what it is. So you're right. All right, let's pull for Movica. Movica. All right, I'm gonna pull for Movica first, and then we can figure out what we do for the rest of the night. Pretty sure I'm confused how you put up with me. You don't do anything wrong. I think you're way too worried of you doing something wrong, but you haven't done anything wrong in my eyes. Oh man, come on. You're funny, the other guy was obnoxious. You know, if you guys don't say that, he will never understand. Zeno's the kind of guy who thinks it's just me and only me that has the issue with what he's saying. He's not the kind of person who's fair. Like, everything is personal to that dude. Alright. Alright, let's do this. We're gonna pull for Movica and we'll figure out what we're gonna do. We all good? We all been good? Outside one dude, yes. We want Idolmaster. I have to pull for Movica! Tonight's the last night! Look at most riots in the US, a lot of people have died in them. Yeah, but it's disingenuous to say it's the same riot. Like a riot on Capitol Hill is not the same thing as a riot elsewhere. We can agree they're both riots, but they're not the same thing. Maybe it is a bit far to say it's a coup, but... like, if you think about it factually, was it ever possible for them to take over Capitol Hill and keep Trump in power just by taking that place? No, it wasn't. So maybe it is unfair to call it a coup, but like, just calling it another riot would be too much too. Anyways, let's do Genshin. All right, I think we're good. Let's do Genshin. All right, resetting.